Well, 6 o'clock, and I'll call this June 1st, 2026 City of Cheyenne Planning Commission meeting to order. Will staff please call roll?
Bob Mathia. Yeah. Bob, you're muted.
We can come back to him. I know I heard his voice earlier.
Justin Tripp. Tony Laird. Here. Daryl Hibbins. Megan Connor.
Present.
Amy Hernandez.
Present via Zoom.
Boyd Wickham.
Present.
And once again, Bob, we'll try if you can get yourself unmuted. I know you're there. I can see you.
He's getting technical assistance.
I'll just, when he gets back on, I'll mark him as present at the time when he gets back on. But we do have a quorum with those present.
With those that have already announced as present. Okay. Do we have any modifications to the agenda? Okay. That I'll accept a motion on the minutes for the May 4th, 2026 meeting.
I move to approve the minutes.
It's been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any modifications, changes, errors requiring correction? Hearing none, will staff please call roll? I guess, do we need a roll call vote for minutes? Okay. Okay. All those in favor of approving the minutes as drafted, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Any disclosures, conflicts of interest, ex parte communications that anybody wants to disclose?
Mr. Chair, I considered if I had a conflict of interest on some items here and decided that I do not believe I do. But in the interest of transparency, I'm going to tell you what the possible conflict was. My son works for Microsoft. He works at the original data center in the North Range Business Park, has for about 6 or 7 years. He does not have any role in the planning of their future data centers, Cheyenne or elsewhere. He doesn't have any role in the design of those data centers. And I don't believe whether Microsoft develops any more data centers in Cheyenne has anything to do with his future prospects. So I don't believe that constitutes a conflict for me.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
Mr. Chair, I do have a relative in one of the affected areas. It's been ruled in the past that they are not a conflict of interest, but I want to make sure that that is still the case.
Okay. Thank you. And as of tonight, we received 2 pieces of written correspondence, one of whom is from a woman in an affected area whom I previously consulted with regarding property, but it was not the issue that is before the commission. And with that, I do not believe I've got and she's not a continuing client, and therefore I do not believe I have a conflict either. Before we get started, as those present might observe, we've got or may or may not realize we have a particularly lengthy agenda. And so with that, I'd like to kind of give an idea how we're going to handle the items as they arrive, as they appear. First, we'll have staff will read an item into the record and let us all know what the question is that we're trying to decide. You know, whether it's approval or a recommendation. Just be aware that everything on this agenda, we are merely a recommending body making a recommendation to the governing body, who has the final authority to say yay, nay, or otherwise. After that, there'll be a presentation by the applicant explaining the project. The staff will read and after the applicant speaks, we'll be able to ask questions of the applicant. The staff will present the staff report and field questions from the commission, with occasional follow-ups from the applicant, trying to get clarification for the commission and those present what's going on. And then we will take public comment. For those that have not been here before, the way we conduct a public comment is we're hopeful that the public can provide information that's not otherwise available to us. Argument is acceptable. Even questions are acceptable. Just be aware that questions will not be answered until after we have closed public comment, and then staff and applicant can respond and answer the questions posed by the public. During the public comment period, we're going to limit speaking time to each member from the public to 3 minutes, please, so that we can get through this agenda and give everybody a chance to talk and give due attention to each of the items on the agenda. Once we've closed public comment and received answers to questions, the commission can then, if we've got some more questions we want to address after public comment is closed, we can ask staff, the applicant, or maybe a member of the public that brought information to light that needs follow-up questions. Then the commission will have a motion, deliberation, and vote. And with that, will staff please read item A into the record?
Do that for B and C. Item A, PUDC 26-70, 5631 Charles Street, assigned zoning.
And as the applicant, will staff please read the staff report? Or I guess present the staff report. Don't read it verbatim.
Man, all pulled up and everything.
Mr. Chair, through you, is there not a separate applicant? I don't think the city's the applicant for this one.
For an assigned zoning, yes, the city is.
And Mr. Chair, real
Oh,
quick.
okay, I'm with you.
I will mention there are 2 more assigned zonings on the agenda, and I accidentally did put an agent. Those will not have agents on those assigned zonings.
Are we ready? Okay.
We are ready.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Morgan Dennis, Planning and Development. This is an assigned zoning for an owner petitioned annexation at 5631 Charles Street. The current zoning is county land use. This zone allows for a variety of uses. The future land use map designates this area as mixed use residential. The current use of the property is residential. Lots that are similar in size and location have been zoned AR, agricultural residential. While the current use may not involve agricultural activities, the parcel is large enough to sustain limited agricultural uses and should be zoned to accommodate these potential uses. After meeting all review criteria, staff recommends approval, and I stand for questions.
Just a quick question, and maybe for the edification of the audience. Can you please remind us what the purpose of an assigned zoning is and why that's unique from a typical zoning application?
Mr. Chair, Connor White, Planning and Development Department. So assigned zonings are basically, they go along with annexations. With these, we don't discuss annexation. Annexation is not discussed at Planning Commission. Annexation is discussed at City Council only. So with this, we are strictly talking about the assigned zoning. The assigned zoning is basically staff looks at what is the current county zone, what is the current use of the property, what's the surrounding zoning, and staff determines what the kind of closest city zone we can give it when it's annexed. This is basically to give it a base zone. If a property owner wants to request a different zone than the assigned zoning, then that's when you'll have a zoning map amendment that will also follow on the agenda. In this case, they're perfectly fine with the assigned zoning. It is just for residents. Later on the agenda, you will see there is an assigned zoning followed by a couple of items to change the zone district from what staff would assign it. Again, the assigned zoning is basically the base zone that comes with the annexation, but that is the only thing being discussed with any assigned zoning is the zone district. Is the zone that staff is proposing for it to be assigned the correct zone that it should be assigned based on its current use, its current zone district in the county, and surrounding uses and zoning.
Okay, thank you. And to the best of your knowledge, would the assigned zoning render any current use non-conforming?
Mr. Chair, through you, no, not that staff is aware of.
Members of the commission? Questions of staff? Before I open this up for public comment? Okay, with that, I'll open public comment on this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? Going once, going twice. Are there any members of the public on Zoom seeking to speak? With that, public comment is closed. I'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend the governing body approve the assigned zoning for the north half of tracks 3 and 4 to AR agricultural residential, noting that the project meets the review criteria for approval.
Second.
It's been
I
moved and
second.
seconded. No,
And
thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, I would like to note that Bob Mathia is online and present.
Thank you, Connor. Okay. Any discussion by the commission of this item? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
Megan Connor,
Aye.
Tony Laird,
Aye.
Amy Hernandez,
Aye.
Bob Mathia.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next, I think we'd like to have both items B and C presented concurrently. We'll vote on them separately, but they appear to be related to the same project. So staff, please read items B and C into the record.
Item B, PUDC 26 111, Cheyenne 98, future land use map amendment. And item C, PUDC 26 76, Cheyenne 98 zoning map amendment.
Is staff looking at the same agenda that I am looking at? I had 26 111 and at 26 76. Okay. 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 Do we have an agent present for these items? Okay, please state your name, address, affiliation into the record.
Good evening. My name is Matt Hingle. I'm with Westside Property Investment Company. The applicant address is 8350 East Crescent Avenue, Greenwood Village, Colorado, 80111.
What have you got for us?
So I'm here tonight I'm representing Westside Property Investment Company. We're a Colorado-based real estate developer. We have 40 real estate development projects from Pueblo up to Fort Collins. This is our first time, working to do business here in Wyoming and in the city of Cheyenne. And we're really excited about the opportunities up in this market. And what we do, we position properties for future development. And what that means is we'll purchase the property, we'll complete the entitlements for the property, and then many times we'll put in large infrastructure. That could be offsite water and sewer lines, that could be major roads to the site and things like that. And that's what we're proposing to do here at this site. This 90-acre site is just to the southwest of the I-80 and I-25 interchange. Recently, you saw the True Grit property come through the process for basically the same as what we're doing here, which is amending the comp plan to mixed use employment, as well as rezoning the property to light industrial. And what the reason we want to do light industrial is we really like to make this a high class business park that can attract manufacturing, distribution, bottling plants, data centers, kind of the whole list, given the proximity of the site to existing infrastructure. We feel it's a very marketable site to provide industrial solutions for Fortune 500 companies. So that's why we're here tonight, and we wanted to. I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions from commission?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. I find this came right after the True Grit and the Stansbury Farm moving to light industrial. Is this coupled with that? Do you intend to link these two together?
It's not. That was purely by chance. I've talked to I forget the gentleman's name, the True Grit owner, but we are in no way tied together other than one conversation I had with him over the phone about, because I when I saw this come up, I asked him, what he was planning and the process and such. And so we just had a cordial conversation, but we are not tied together.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question, and perhaps it's just coincidence, but when I look up the owner of this property, their registered agent resides at the True Grit land development address that came in for a rezone last time. So can you speak to that at all?
So the owner I'm working with actually, and I think the address is actually tied. He actually lives in South Carolina. I think he's originally from this area. Ken Clark, but I haven't ever. I didn't know if that was the case, and I'll have to ask around. But the gentleman I work with is out of South Carolina.
I've got a question for you. We've already got this zoned as a business zone. Do you have any insight into which particular uses that are available with a light industrial zone that are not available with the current zone that you anticipate us seeing in the future, or at least being entitled to use that you can't do now?
I think it's manufacturing, potential data centers. We want, and when we talk to industrial users, they want to know the site they're coming to is only going to be industrial, not potentially residential on a future parcel. So part of it's just optics as for marketing this to end users, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question to that. Manufacturing, just out of curiosity, what do we still make in America?
So one of the things that's actually, I believe that is coming up this way from Colorado is the Eagle Claw fishing company that makes hooks and lures and whatnot. So there's items like that. There's chip manufacturing popping up in certain portions of the country. In Denver, there was recently a factory that makes Zins, Philip Morris factory that popped up out by the airport. So there's there's a pretty steady flow of manufacturing that we're seeing. And we think it's great because they're great job producers.
Mr. Chair, follow-up question to that. Do you find when you work on all these projects that you put your industrial zones in established residential neighborhoods?
So I think the property to the east is very heavy industrial. I mean, it's a tank farm.
Well, the
with-
property to the east is secluded by the railroad tracks and a hill. It is isolated from the property in question.
Somewhat, I think the railroad itself is a fairly intense use. And then to the northeast, there's a trucking company. Certainly to the north now, that's been rezoned to light industrial. While there's residential, have we built industrial next to residential? Absolutely. We put in, buffers from the houses. We use down lighting so the lighting's not bothering folks at night. So we do everything we can to make sure it's not a nuisance.
Do you know if a mix of projected uses would be objectionable to your target market? I note that our current land use map or future land use map does contemplate both light industrial and mixed use business here, and I share my colleagues' concern about no buffer at all that we usually would plan for between urban residential, and industrial. Does our current concept prevent you from doing what you want to do?
It does. It does. And like I mentioned, I think having the residential use on the parcel gives users pause. And there's certain uses that I think are subject to special review under the existing zoning where we don't want to be subject to special review. And as I mentioned, we do everything we can to help buffer adjoining neighbors from whatever the use might be. Honestly, I think some of the existing, this property could have apartment after apartment after apartment with a lot of traffic, sewer, water, and implications that I think really end up having a bigger impact on the neighbors than a generally, unobtrusive warehouse or whatever it might be.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up to that, if I may. So, you're not privy to our insights, but we've reviewed this in the past as far as infrastructure. There's not a lot out there. So what is your plan? How are you going to make this a viable area with the infrastructure you want to put in, and where do you plan on putting that?
So there's a sewer line in Southwest Drive to the west that's about 700 feet away. That should provide a natural connection point given the grading on the site. Water is the harder solution. There is no municipal water in this pocket on this side of the railroad tracks. So, working with our engineers at AVI, there's a couple different solutions. There is water at the industrial to the east. We could tie in there at 2 points. We could tie in there with 1 point and potentially go north to connect north of the highway. But certainly there's some infrastructure that is going to need to be built to service the site, and that's what we do.
And the roads?
Same. We'll have to complete a traffic study based on the ultimate end user, and make connection points where they make the most sense. There's currently 3 connection points from Southwest Drive. There's kind of a connection point to the south down to College Drive, but there are there is public right of way currently in those areas. And based on the use and the traffic, we'll have to determine what the best connection points are.
Well, I find that problematic because you're asking us to determine that the use is light industrial. And so I guess I'm asking what the plan is and what that's going to look like have to assume the infrastructure that's in place today.
Well, and that'll all be part of our site plan process where we're doing our traffic engineering and our public utility engineering with city engineers to help us determine what's appropriate and needed for the development.
Mr. Chair, through you.
Commissioner Laird.
I'm curious, you expect you would sell this to one or it would be a single use development, or do you think might get subdivided in the future and have several different things going on?
It could have several. It could go either way. We certainly like and need to have flexibility in that. If we got a single user, that would be wonderful. But we plan to have more than one.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could follow up on that. Sure. So then back with your infrastructure. So I guess, what's your workflow look like? Do you upgrade the roads, let's say like Broken Arrow and Allison on the boundaries of this parcel? And do you bring the utilities like water and sewer to the boundaries and then wait and see what the layout of the development might need before you do anything internally?
I think we would generally initially work on a infrastructure plan up front over the coming months if the rezone is successful to accommodate a highest use scenario. So that means sizing the water and sewer lines to accommodate the highest use scenario, planning the roads for a highest use scenario. And now but maybe that's phased. Maybe phase one, we have to put in these improvements for phase one that, we've built enough for that phase. And then there's a phase two where we need additional improvements or additional road connections or a larger sewer or water line to accommodate that phase. So I think we'll plan for the, highest amount of use, design the infrastructure for that, but certainly that may be built in a phased manner if whatever comes first doesn't need all that and the city doesn't think it's necessary.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. And so when you plan like that, how many users in the end, since you're saying more than one?
That's yet to be determined. It really is. We could have, 5 20-acre parcels. There could be 5 users. We could have 2 45-acre parcels. It's all really market determined and user based. We see different types of users on our projects that just have different requirements. I'm not here with a user in hand. Why we're here is because in order to get a user in hand, we need to have the right zoning, have a plan for all the infrastructure, know certain costs associated with the site itself. That's how we end up attracting end users to the site.
Any other questions from the commission? Any questions from the commissioners online? Hearing none, thank you. Please stand by. Will staff please present staff report?
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Seth Lloyd. I'm with the City of Cheyenne Planning and Development Department. The proposal in front of you proposes changing both the future land use designation and the zoning. We will do both by 2 separate actions in front of this body, but we'll start with the future land use map. The proposal is to take this land from mixed use residential as found on the future land use map and change that to mixed use employment. That would support a zone change from MUB, which is the current zoning of the parcel, to LI light industrial, which is the proposed zoning for the parcel. The current MUB zoning allows, and the MUR designation, I would say in the future land use map as well, allows for a variety of residential uses and some commercial uses. The in the MUB zone, apartments would be a use by right, so they could build apartments, single family homes, townhomes, etc. I will address now the future land use map portion of this proposal first. Before the property to the north came along, there was no industrial designations west of the BNSF Railroad. It was all mixes of uses of residential and commercial. However, recent development in the area was more industrial in nature. A lot of the land to the north especially was already zoned LI. And we've had some light industrial uses go in there. We've also had some PUDs in the county, or planned unit developments, which are kind of basically custom zones, proposed storage units along Southwest Drive. So a lot of the actual development in the area has kind of been more of an industrial in nature. The site and area definitely has some restrictions from a transportation network scenario and from a utilities scenario. It's already been mentioned that we have challenges with water and with road connections in this area, especially as the north end of Southwest Drive closes with the railroad on a regular basis. However, neither of these applications really affect the transportation network, and the original comprehensive plan, that railroad, the interstates, the railroad crossings, the lack of services all existed at the time of the comprehensive plan. So there are various reasons to both approve or deny the comprehensive plan amendment. The trick to this one is that we've had a previous comprehensive plan amendment that came before this body just 2 months ago, I believe it was. That amendment went to the governing body with a recommendation of, I guess it was denial. It's kind of an awkward thing between our bylaws and state statute as far as that goes. So the council took that, I think it was a 3-2 vote in front of this body, and went ahead and approved that future land use map amendment, and then also approved the zone change to LI. So now at this time, we have a little bit of a changed condition from the previous one. Now we do have mixed use employment across the railroad, and we do have a governing body vote that seemed to encourage the industrialization of this area, as it were. I would note in previous decades, a lot more land in this area was zoned LI in historical zoning, and it looks like there was an attempt to move it toward residential with the most recent comprehensive plan. But it seemed like the governing body was willing to push it back toward industrial. Therefore, on balance, staff recommends approval of the future land use map amendment. Mostly, it's kind of as was discussed 2 months ago. There's good reasons both to approve and deny, but in this case, the fact that we've had a future land use map amendment approved previously and recently tipped the balance toward recommending approval of that application. Now going to the zone change. The zone change really hinges on this future land use map amendment. The surrounding area does include light industrial zoning. It does include some industrial uses, but it also includes residential uses and residential zoning. So it's kind of a mixed bag. Should the future land use map amendment be approved, staff recommends approval of the zone change. And should the future land use map amendment be recommended for denial, staff would recommend that this body also recommend denial of the zone change. I would note that the MUB zone and the LI zone are more than just uses. There's also design standards. So for example, the MUB zone would encourage a more robust street network with smaller blocks. There is no requirement for small blocks in the LI zone. The MUB zone would require design standards on buildings, whereas the LI zone does not. And then, of course, there is the use differences. I did have a question on this project, and I would also note that the LI zone actually technically requires more landscaping than the MUB zone for equivalent development. But on balance, an applicant might choose to try for the LI zone over the MUB zone, even if they allow the same uses, because then LI zone allows for less in the way of design standards. The Uses allowed by the LI zone include such uses such as data center, warehousing, light manufacturing. The applicant has not revealed to us any specific end user here. Obviously, it sounds like they don't have an end user in mind at this time as well. So we would analyze for any of those potential uses. We have had multiple public comments on this item. I've received at least 3 different emails regarding this item, requesting that the zone change not pass. We've also had, I've had multiple phone calls and also multiple people come to the counter at the Planning and Development Department to discuss this item. Most of these people are neighbors to the project and object to the LI zoning at this property. I would note that the property is currently zoned MUB, so development is possible already. Could be apartments, could be some commercial development. Some of the people I talked to were concerned about development generally, but there was a lot that were concerned about the LI zoning specifically. With that, I'm available for any questions. As I said, will require 2 motions by this body, but they're very much intertwined and related. So I'm available for any questions on either of the 2 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. And I think I'll kick off the questions. In looking at of course, we've got 2 issues here. In looking at the proposed future land use map amendment from mixed use residential to mixed use employment, could you please refresh the commission on the capacity for potential residential development, even with a mixed use employment future land use designation?
Mr. Chair, the mixed use employment land use designation discourages residential development, but would say that it's ancillary use to a potential complex of development. Our MUE zone, mixed use employment zone, does allow for some multifamily type development. Our BP zone, or business park zone, does allow for some mixed use, meaning commercial mixed with residential development as well. So the mixed use employment designation does not completely prohibit residential, but it would discourage it as a primary use for the acreage in question.
In your report, you mentioned the difference in buffering that would exist between the current zoning and LI should the future land use map be amended to permit an LI's rezoning. Could you spell that out a little bit more? Just to give you an idea of where I'm going, I've got 2 concerns with this. One, we have made several historic changes away from future residential use on the south side toward business or industrial to accommodate data centers within the sewerable boundary. And secondly, previously when we were in this area, we were not talking about parcels that were immediately adjacent to the residential development to the immediate south. And now we're talking about just being across the road. So I'd like to hear a little bit about the buffering of residential and just kind of generally where we're going with residential capacity were we to amend the future land use map.
Mr. Chair, I feel there's a couple of different questions there, so I'll try and answer both of them. The first is buffering or setbacks. The MUB zone allows for and actually encourages 0-foot setbacks from streets, whereas the LI zone would require a 25-foot setback from all streets. The LI zone would have a greater landscape buffer against adjacent zones. However, that is generally within city limits and does not apply across streets. So we wouldn't have a required landscape buffer to the county LU zone to the west or south of this property. The second question, I believe, was regarding changing land from residential designations to more industrial designations. We've had a project on the south of here, Project Cosmo, which is becoming Meta, which changed, I think it was approximately 2 full sections of land from a mix of residential and commercial to a mixed use employment or industrial designation. We've also had a request to change land out west of town, west of the Air Force Base, very on the very edge of the planning boundary from urban transition residential to mixed use employment. However, that application is currently postponed until September, so that one has not followed through. And as far as I'm aware, this one just to the north of this property is the third one we've had. However, we do have this one, the subject discussion, and then there's one later on the agenda that would also change some areas from residential to mixed use employment. I hope that answers your question as far as the scope of what we've done for residential to industrial.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the commission?
Mr. Chair, follow-up question to that. So as you say that, Seth, I think, are we just updating the master map to accommodate whoever comes through? Because it kind of looks to me like we're putting the master map before the zone change and the frequency of updating it, that it's supposed to be a master plan for a designated period of time. And that definitely raises the question about spot zoning.
Mr. Chair, through you, the current master plan that we have is unfortunately way overdue for an update. We are going through the updating process in the upcoming year. We actually have proposals in front of us that we're reviewing to update that comprehensive plan. And so hopefully we can get some better guidance than we currently have, just because of this current plan is way overdue for an update for the whole community, not just spot locations. On the other hand, staff would not support zone changes without a comprehensive plan amendment, and people have the right to apply for those. So when people want to do a zone change in an area that is not appropriate for the zone change, you'll notice, for example, on the staff report today, staff recommends denial of the zone change if the future land use map doesn't get approved, to change the future land use map. But the comprehensive plan has gives people the ability to request amending the comprehensive plan. And so when they request the amendment to comprehensive plan, we run that like any other application and review that on its merits. Obviously, a couple months ago when an application came through for this area, staff did end up recommending denial of that project, but since that time, council approved that application, which kind of changes the calculus when it comes to this particular application in front of us today.
One more question. When I look at all of the LI that's on here, everything that's proposed, Cheyenne will be boxed in completely by LI and data centers. So I've heard about nothing but housing for years since I started on the planning commission. It's been quite some years now. How is that impacting housing? There's no vacant land left in the city.
Mr. Chair, through you, staff has definitely had conversations about the impact to housing and the concerns there. We don't want all of our land designated for housing to change to industrial. That would be a bad outcome. When it comes to the subject property and admittedly the property to the north as well, housing developers have smaller margins than industrial developers, and getting the required infrastructure to this area would be difficult, probably even for lower level industrial users. So one of the challenges of this property is it may be designated for residential development, but can we get a residential developer here who could invest the money in infrastructure to develop this according to residential standards? I don't know the answer to that question, but it is a question for this area is can we get that infrastructure here to get residential to this area? Other areas that we consider have a little bit more robust access to infrastructure, and it might be more appropriate to keep residential there in those applications. It might also be appropriate to keep this area residential, but it's kind of, as I've said multiple times, it's kind of right on that boundary. There's two sides that are industrial, two sides that are residential. It is a question for this board and for the city council as far as, is this appropriate to extend industrial to this area?
Any other questions from the commission? Questions online? Well, I guess I have one follow-up question. We're looking at this as the application as the entire parcel. Is there any option to change the future land use map for all but maybe the southernmost portion of this parcel so that we have some sort of a buffer? And then as we look at the zoning, we would be looking at a rezoning for all but some sort of an intervening parcel that'd have to be a better use or a better buffering use between light industrial and residential, even if the residential is outside the city currently.
Mr. Chair, through you to members of the board, anything is possible when it comes to the land use plan as long as you're deviating downward in intensity. So something like that could be included. However, it would result in a little bit more challenging review of the zoning because you would essentially be changing the underlying zoning. And with this being the zoning request, with this being one large lot, the undesirable scenario of a split zone could occur. We would highly advise against trying to make an on-the-fly type of amendment like that. But if that is something that you would like us to note in our presentation to the governing body, we could do so. And then the applicant could take that under advisement and they could see if they wish to modify their development request. However, I would like to note that a lot of the different types of buffers that would traditionally be between an industrial development and a residential development, usually those are elements such as commercial, so higher intensity commercial uses that are heavily retail or service oriented. Those likely would not have a marketability in that area because of limited traffic numbers. Other items would be multifamily development of higher residential development would be something that could be an appropriate type of buffer. Open space, this is very wide open space. It really wouldn't create the visual buffer that one would be looking at. So long story short, yes, you could. However, I would just warn that it could complicate the related zoning, and we could just make that note as it moves forward to the governing body, and the applicant could take that under advisement to see if that's something they would like to proceed with changing their plans.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Connor.
one more question, Mr. Chair. When I went through and tried to look at this, it's quite difficult because the city's not updated any maps to show that the area to the north is actually rezoned. And so what we were trying to do is an overlay of maps to see where light industrial gets this close to a residential neighborhood at a parcel this big at this size, at the possibilities that could go here. And I can't find that anywhere else in the city. And so that is very concerning to me.
Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Connor, two things. If you're looking at the assessor's map, that is definitely out of date. They've admitted that they don't keep any city zoning up to date on the county assessor's map. So that is a terribly unreliable map when it comes to zoning. Our official zoning map that we keep is on the planning and development website. We strive to keep that up to date. The industrial to the north was just modified. So it's still going through our GIS changes. So again, the one on our website is the one that's up to date. Don't even try on the county assessor's map. It's that far out of date, self-admitted by them as well. Regarding examples, there's an example immediately to the west of this with the industrial area along Parsley. Granted, there is the separation between a Parsley Boulevard, a 2-lane road with industrial residential area. We have the HR Ranch development on Industrial Road, which is immediately to the is to the east out at Burlington Trail. That's further east than College Drive. There's a neighborhood with an industrial area next door. A lot of the areas to the north of Interstate 80 on the area that's near 5th and Deming near the Romero Park area. and that is all industrial immediately to the north. So there are a lot of examples of industrial where it is adjacent to residential, including areas south of Pershing, near Pioneer Park Elementary School. Those are areas where we have a residential to industrial interface right there. So there are probably, I mean, there are more examples where it does occur probably than where it doesn't occur.
And Mr. Chair, Director Bloom, I appreciate that. But one thing is those are historical light industrial sites that have uses, gosh, since I was a kid, that didn't exist today. Today, there's new uses in the light industrial zone that just you couldn't even have thought of in the 80s. So the concern now is with these additional uses, these additional things that are even possible today, is that still a zone that belongs in a residential neighborhood?
Is that a question you're seeking a response to?
Well, no,
or is
but
that-
it was more of a statement because every example Director Bloom gave me is historical example that's been there. I don't even know if you guys can find how long they've been there because they've been there for so long. And so when I look at all the rezones we're asking for and the reasons that applicants are asking for them, those didn't exist historically. And so when we're looking at these maps, that is something that needs to be taken into consideration.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? With that, I will open this up for public comment. As a reminder, we're going to allow each person about 3 minutes to speak. If you have questions that you pose, we'll hold those questions to the end so that we can try to address all the questions at once. And then if there's follow-up questions that we may have, we can call somebody forward. I'd ask that each person speak once, and please try to keep your comments to new information as opposed to repeating what has been said before. But please help educate us to help us better understand what we're looking at and issues we may not have addressed so far. Thank you. And please remember to start by stating your name and address for the record. Ma'am?
My name is Heather Madrid. I live at, do I have to say my exact address? I don't know if I really feel comfortable. I live in Harmony Meadows.
Okay, thank you. That'll work.
I do have some questions. One is, how would a more higher dense, whatever, residential plan be an appropriate buffer for another residential neighborhood, which is what was, I can't remember who suggested that, but that makes no sense. I wonder if anybody has even attempted to find someone to build that area as residential, or if the intent has just been to find more data centers. I think we should plan for that because as it's been abundantly unclear, I think we need to plan for what this community at this point feels is the worst case scenario, and that this is going to be a data center. To me, this is not a mixed bag at all. I think that at some point we need to consider the people who live here and have lived here for years over people and developers who do not live here. The recent rezoning of the property to the north, I believe, was True Grit. And that person, I believe is right there, explicitly stated that his intent, and he said this on the record, is not for a data center, nor is it for a man camp. So I think that comment mattered a lot in the determination of the rezoning of that property. I just am also curious why having outdated plans and maps is a good excuse to move forward full steam ahead. To be frank, I would probably lose my job if I was relying on such grossly outdated information to make such huge sweeping changes to the entire city. I would also like to say thank you for first of all, disclosing any conflicts of interest. I appreciate that very much. And also for asking very thoughtful questions. It's refreshing for that to be happening. And I appreciate it more than you could even possibly imagine. So that's it.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Chair, through you, John Sayers, agent for True Grit, as I've been pointed out in the crowd already. I just wanted to clean up one or two questions that was brought up initially. True Grit has no connection, no title, no nothing. This actual property is under Garrett Properties. I believe their contact is Mr. Kenny Clark. It is out of South Carolina. We have no hands in this whatsoever. I know that Mr. Engel has talked to Mr. Ernst in one brief conversation, and that is it. We have no ties, no working relationships whatsoever. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear and on the record. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Thank you. My name is Michelle Cobb. I live at 1415 Southwest Drive. I'm terribly emotional right now because this is my neighborhood and my home, and I just heard that we don't have to put buffers between a data center and my backyard. My property is about 45 feet from where this property is supposed to be going into. How am I supposed to ever sell my property if they put that there? How am I supposed to look every day out my front door at that and hear it? I've been told that you can hear a data center for 5 miles. That's not even a mile from my house. I can't even imagine hearing that noise every night. I think that it's important for you to understand that these homes that are sitting right up against Broken Arrow will be the most affected by this. There's no buffers, and our wells, we are all on wells and septics. And if you're going to try to drill into water and well, what's that going to do to our wells and septic? There's a lot of questions. And I would like to say about this 90 acres that was sold just recently, nobody in my neighborhood would have had any opportunity to speak to that whatsoever. Why? Because we're not 140 feet away from this proposed spot. If you look at the map, it's very close to us. Even if they were, and he says he's not going to put a data center there, it would still affect my neighborhood. Please think about the people that are living in this area. What is wrong with putting more housing there? We would rather have that than have a nasty industrial center with a data center. Please. I think with everything that's been going on in Cheyenne right now, it would be good for you to hear what your constituents have to say about this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sherry Briscoe, and I own 1605 Southwest Drive and 1609 Southwest Drive. I am strongly against the rezoning of these 90 acres because it will greatly impact my quality of life and the quiet environment that my neighbors and myself have come to enjoy. The development would be located almost directly in my backyard. My fence line to their fence line is literally maybe 30 feet. Bringing the increase in traffic, noise, lights, and congestion to an area that has always been peaceful and residential. I am concerned about the loss of privacy, the effect of property values, and the strain it can place on local roads and services. Rezoning land on this scale will permanently change the character of our community and negatively affect the people who already live there. I believe the concerns of nearby residents should be carefully considered before making any decisions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, sir.
Good evening, Planning Commission members and audience and city staff. My name is Glenn Connor. My residence is at 1304 Broken Arrow Road. I'm approximately 90 feet away from the proposed zoning change. I received a letter in the mail dated May 13th, which is Exhibit A right here. This letter looks like something I did in the 3rd grade. There's no header. There's no really any type of address or company or anything on the first letter. Well, I complained to the city about that. So I got this second letter dated May 19th. Basically, it's another letter, looks like maybe sixth grade level instead of third grade level. So I thought it was a scam at first. I had to come down and talk to the city planners about it. And they said, no, it's a legitimate letter. Well, to me, it's not. Okay. In the letter, there was absolutely no map, only a legal description of the property. It was never addressed, future use. It just basically said for a zone change. Under LI, basically the zone change can be such as manufacturing, man camp, city calls it RV. It's either, I guess, or a data center. And at this time, it's unknown. We'd have no idea what they're going to do. There's nothing platted or anything. This does not fit the city master plan. Building light industrial next to residential zone, which is county and zoned agriculture. I don't know how the city planners can say that's, is going to jive. It's not going to. One of the reasons I'm against this is because the Broken Arrow Road was denied the continual turning lane with the widening the road and everything. Basically, the engineers could not justify the studies and the traffic level that the engineers had put out. They could not explain the land costs in their studies. Cost appeared to incline with eminent domain, basically. They were going to take property from people to widen the roads. This is Exhibit C. The city has not called me back. This is our petition, which was supposed to go before the city. I talked with Mr. Lloyd. We went down and talked with the city clerk. Well, sir, we have to get the city attorney to take a look at it and improve it. Well, that's been 5 days. I don't know how long it takes. Are you going to wait till we're before the city council to do this? So this is Exhibit C. Has not been accepted by the city, but I want you to know that all the residents that border this zoning change have signed this petition.
Okay. Thank you. That's time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Next.
Hi, my name is Dr. Cheyenne. This is very emotional to me as well. I own the long platted residential lots across Wooden Shoe, and I represent myself with that, as well as the residents whose homes are on Wooden Shoe, as well as all of South Crest Heights, both on the north side of College Drive and the south. I have a letter that I gave Mr. Lloyd to give you. I'm going to read it. The two issues, and I'm having vision problems, so I've got to change glasses here. The following two issues proposed for change coming before the Planning Commission this evening are the following regarding the 90 acres bordered by Broken Arrow Road on the west and Wooden Shoe Drive on the south. Both the west and the south sides are long established residential homes and residential property. The legal address of the zoning in question is such and such that you have of the 90 acres. First, the proposed change to the long-range map. The long-range map was designed to give some uniformity for Cheyenne, Laramie County area to avoid pockets of zoning that are inconsistent with those around them and for smooth transitions from zone to zone to avoid major zoning differences of zoning in neighborhoods. The proposed change to the long-range map from MUB light industrial to light industrial and there's nothing light about it, by the way, would create an eyesore, health hazard, environmental hazard, and devaluation of our homes and property values and enjoyment of our homes and property by allowing manufacturing, data centers, limited industrial, moderate industrial, and industrial uses and buildings, outdoor storage, impoundment yards, salvage yards, railroad yards, and maintenance buildings and other inappropriate development right next to and in front of our long-established homes and property and neighborhood. The area in question for rezoning has been kept as prairie and undeveloped. Allowing light industrial development is not only inconsistent with the already established residential area, but would create an eyesore, threaten the health and well-being of residents, ruin
Time,
the
ma'am.
enjoyment. Well, if you could please read my letter, I would appreciate it. And I just want to say that the light industrial on the east side is primarily prairie
Thank you.
and has been kept that way for years.
Fred Schlachter, longtime Laramie County resident. I'd like to echo what the lady said earlier about appreciate your initial disclosure, possible conflict of interest, and your very, very thoughtful questions to the West Side representative over there. My address is 2008 Bar X Road, and I'm right on the corner of West College and Bar X. And yep, 2 or 3 points more than anything else, and a question. The points would be, you know, you guys remember where you came from. You're in positions of power now. You're in positions of decision making, and we're just little guys with residences out there, and changing this to light industrial is not a good idea. How would you like to wake up across the street and see them building a manufacturing plant or a data center or something like that? I mean, everybody's heard stories about the data centers and how much noise they make and heat they generate and everything else. And I've heard possibly a total of 70 of them coming to the Cheyenne area. And of course, that depends on the number of buildings you count and all that. But it's going to take a humongous amount of power. And I've also heard that they initially they were telling us that they recirculate the water. Now they're saying that they actually pump this water down into the ground, down to the aquifer. And all of our housing in this area depends on that aquifer because we're all on wells and septic. So anyway, just, it's a tough decision. I'd hate to be in you guys' shoes, but maybe say a little prayer before you make your vote and think about the residents there. And, there's bringing in more residents. It should be better than bringing in a manufacturing plant or something. The question I had was, has anybody looked at the effect or possible effect on property values? Because it's a huge concern of mine. Everybody like their property values to go up. I think that's maybe a possibility here, but I think it's more likely to go down. So please take a look at that. There may be class action lawsuits down the road if people's values drop by half or something. So thanks. Have a good night.
Thank you. Ma'am.
My name is Naomi Young, and I live at 1404 Broken Arrow Road, and my husband and I also own 1311 Broken Arrow Road. We bought the property for at 1311 here recently. We have a neighbor that is not in well health, and we wanted to keep him there on the property, so we bought the property from him. It helps us out with our farm animals because we have goats and we have chickens, and we use the back part of the property. We still call it his, but it is ours. We keep him there. His payments on it are $400 a month just because we want him. He's been a good neighbor. All the neighbors up and down the road here, we're close. We do things for each other. Selling off our properties, which has gone through all of our heads. We don't want to do that, but the values have gone down, and it is a fact. They do go down. I've done the research. We have farm animals. Like I said, we have goats, we have chickens, we have turkeys. We have the wild animals that are out there. They come through our yards, all of our yards. We love that. To have a data center or any of those manufacturing things there, it takes away our whole lives, and we are all emotional about this. We've been trying to maintain and keep calm and things like that, but this is destroying our our home life. This is a place that we go for our silence, for our peace, to get away from the hustle and bustle of our jobs and things like that. This is our home. This is where our family comes out. My granddaughter had an ag class. She came out and helped out with the pigs that we had for her ag class. Our other neighbors have bees. And if you've got the manufacturing, things like that, a data center, all of that, the bees that they have will go away. They will die off. They will not produce the honey. And that has been proven too. I want to thank you for allowing me to talk.
Ma'am, one real quick question. You mentioned you were on Broken Arrow Road. Are you to the west of this site, or are you on the portion of Broken Arrow that's further to the south?
I am directly across from where that property is. We are right smack in the middle.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
West. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Sir?
My name's Matthew Young. I live at 1404 Broken Arrow Road. Been out there for about 43 years now. And I was wondering if you guys would give me permission to give Mr. Connors my 3 minutes.
Sir, I'd like to confine each person to their 3 minutes to prioritize, and I'd rather hear from you.
Okay. I don't talk in front of people too often. So, but yeah, I've lived out there for 43 years. It's a really tight knit neighborhood. Everybody looks out for each other. A lot of people out there have, if you want to call it, small farms, chickens, goats, rabbits, whatever. My biggest concern is it becoming a data center. Can't remember the gentleman's name that was talking about the sewer up on Southwest Drive. We live on Broken Arrow Road. We can't even tie into it. It's too high up for us. So that property that they want to change, they can't tie into that sewer.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
what else? That's all I got. Thank you.
You did a good job. Thank you. Somebody else new, please. And sir, you had your 3 minutes. I want to keep everybody to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. My name's John Nelson. I live at 1415 Southwest Drive, and my property borders the property they'd like to rezone. And like everyone else, my biggest worry would be a data center. I've been researching the data centers. As close as we live to this data center, you and I would not be able to stand in my yard and have a conversation without yelling at each other. They are so loud. What Michelle said about 5 miles, you can hear them at 5 miles. It's more of a hum. It's not loud. But where we're at, it would totally destroy being able to do anything in the yard because they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It would destroy our property values. I mean, people who they have put these centers near residential housing in Fairfax, Virginia, those people, their property value didn't go down. They can't sell their properties. They can't get rid of their homes. The ones that are bordering these data centers. So basically they have no property value. That's, I think, my biggest concern. Mostly the noise. I would much rather see houses and have neighbors living across from me than this light industrial, because a data center, manufacturing, these sort of things don't sound like light industrial to me, especially when I drive around Cheyenne and I see these monstrous 50, 60,000 square foot industrial buildings. And the other thing I'd like to say, yes, they did get approval for a storage unit on Southwest Drive. And that storage unit, the entrance to it is exactly in front of my driveway. Okay? There's no hassle. There's 5 vehicles in there on the weekends a day. There's no noise. If that's the kind of light industrial zoning you're talking about, I'm okay with that. Trucking business? Thank you.
Anyone else? Ma'am? Oh. That's fine. Over there. We've got a microphone there too.
Hello, my name is Joanna Elias. I don't live in this area. I live in North Cheyenne, close to Del Range and Converse. But I heard about this last Tuesday when I came here at City Council from someone who lives in this neighborhood. And I talked to some of the people there yesterday. And thing is, I just think you have to think about, I know these plannings are hard, but you have to stick up for each other. And I can't imagine these people, I mean, their lives would be ruined if data center or something else it's built there, that it's really loud and polluting. And who's to say that you're not going to do this close to where I live at some point? I mean, it just erodes confidence in our leadership and our local leadership. I mean, the people who run the city. I'm sorry, English is my second language. And there are other ways to go about planning this. If you want to make this a more industrial area, you should make it a case to all the people in Cheyenne and do something. I'm not an expert, but maybe eminent domain would be better, and say, okay, we want to industrialize all this area, but then these people have to be moved somewhere where they can have similar quality of life at no expense to them. I mean, it just looks to me, by looking at the map, and I did look on the computer at these maps, like these people, like you're trying to squeeze them out, like make it so inconvenient that they move on their own, and just a few of them are going to be left, and then it'll be easier to get rid of them. It just looks really bad, and everything happens in a context, and this is in the context that there are more data centers being approved, and people are, I know I talked to like several dozens people about data centers the last 3 weeks, and people are losing confidence in our leadership in the city. I mean, we just don't feel like you're upfront with us. It's very hard to find any information about, in general, what data centers are coming and they're approved and all that. And I just want to say that I grew up in a communist country in Romania. I came here 4 years ago. I risked my life to come to freedom, and they were telling us we had no word over there, where we live, where, they told us where to live, where to work. And this is the first time that I'm getting involved with Early 11, and I put messages on the internet about this meeting and about the data centers, and I'm going to keep doing this. It's the first time in my life that I'm doing this, and I don't think I'm the only one. I mean, people, they're going to lose confidence in what you people are doing if you don't take into account that these are real people and you're ruining their lives if you change the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And thank you for getting engaged and exercising your freedom. Any other questions or comments? Yeah.
My name is Jana Tolman and I live in Indian Hills, which is a little ways away. But some of the concerns that I have is just the quickness of wanting to put all these different industries in here in Cheyenne so quickly. Right now we're in a drought. And you read through, I mean, we have like right now 21 data centers with the possibility of 70 coming in. And I was reading an article from Sun Corporation out of Miami. They deal with water. And they said, if you have an open loop, a data center that will put out water for 1,000 people. In other words, 1,000 residents will lose their water. A closed loop is 1/3 of that. So it'd be about 330 people that would lose water. Depending upon what kind of industry you're putting in here, I think you need to take into consideration water usage and our electricity. Because not only are you trying to change the scope of many of the people's lives that they've thoroughly enjoyed. I mean, we've enjoyed being in Wyoming, but I have a concern too. It's like Cheyenne is quickly changing. And is it going to be unrecognizable? Is it going to be a place that any people who, are homesteaders, way back to 1890, will even have a place? And I think that that's something you need to really take in consideration. For me, people in our surroundings and our comfort zone is most important. And it scares me. It scares me as to what is going to happen to the landscape of our town, our city.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Going once, going twice.
Mr.
Anybody
Chair,
on Zoom?
Just going to bring that up. And for those online, if you do have any comments, please use the raise hand feature. We do have one. Sorry, I got to figure out which mouse I'm using. Charles Miller, you should be able to speak.
And Mr. Miller, we have you on a 3-minute timer as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for the record.
Name and address, please.
This is Charles Miller, Laramie County. I appreciate the disclosure of any conflicts of interest, and I appreciate the thoughtful questions that have been asked tonight. Now, I'm asking you not to make such huge sweeping changes to the entire city without a complete and reliable record. This proposal would permanently change land that is still tied to residential and mixed use planning into intensive industrial use, and the neighbors who spoke tonight made clear what that means in real life. Noise, lighting, traffic, loss of privacy, and pressure on wells, septic systems, and property values. This is not a small zoning adjustment. It is a major decision about whether established neighborhoods are going to be protected or sacrificed for a future use that is still uncertain. The people closest to this site are the ones who bear the burden, and their concerns have been specific, consistent, and serious. We have also heard real notice and transparency concerns when residents say the notification was confusing or inadequate, and when the future use is still not clearly defined. That is a sign the record is not ready for approval. If the city wants public trust, it should not rush through a decision of this magnitude. So my request is simple. Continue this item or deny it. Do not approve a sweeping change until the planning, notice, buffering, utility, and neighborhood impacts are fully addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom? Okay, staff shaking his head. Anybody else from the public that wishes to speak on this before we close public comment? Going once, going twice. Public comment is now closed. I believe we had a handful of questions. I'm trying to think who would be the best people to address them. Questions I have notes of, and maybe one of my commissioners has other notes. There was a question about why an apartment would be an appropriate buffer. If, as we were talking about buffers, there's a question about whether there was any effort to attract other uses. Several comments or questions about anticipated noise levels, and one that intrigues me has to do with tying into the inability to tie into the sewer line that exists in Southwest Drive for some of the people that live in the area. Is there somebody from BOPU that can clarify what we're talking about if we're talking about zoning to tie into a sewer that nobody can? Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Frank Strong with the Cheyenne Board of Public Utilities. We have not been approached by this development yet, but have looked at this parcel in the past. It may require a lift station depending on their grading, but it is possible with a lift station to get in the sewer if need be.
Follow-up question. Would a lift station provide sewer access to the other landowners, users, residents of the area if installed as part of this?
Through you, sir, yes, that would provide access to the whole area for potential sewer access.
Thank you. Other questions for BOPU from the commission after comments? Okay. Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to address any of the other questions, staff, the questions that were raised by the public?
Mr. Chair, this is Seth Lloyd with Planning and Development. I did want to address a couple of comments/questions that were brought up. One is that this land has been zoned MUB in the city limits since 2010. So we haven't had any development since then. I don't know if someone's just been sitting on the land or if there's been active inquiries into that, but basically since 2010, it's been silent. So I don't know if that's, once again, that's just how long it's been zoned MUB. That's not really indication of how well marketed the land has been. And there's another question about apartments as a transition. Generally speaking, single family homes are considered a lower intensity use. Apartments or townhomes are a higher intensity use. Commercial's a even more intense use, and then industrial would be a more intense use. So on that spectrum, apartments would be a step between single family homes and industrial, or between single family homes and commercial. It's frequently used that way. We did have some questions about sound and data centers. The LI zone requires all properties to have no discernible noise at the property line. That's what's written in the UDC. So development on this property would have to meet that sound requirement, or they would have to seek a zone change to an even more intense zone. I am aware that data centers in various communities have had caused problems across the country. Certainly a data center in Phoenix uses a lot more water and cooling than a data center in Cheyenne. Certainly we have data centers, I've seen pictures of them, towering over residential neighborhoods. To date in Cheyenne, we haven't had a data center tower over residential neighborhood like I've seen in other places, but it is true that there is no prohibition on height in the LI zone. So it could happen at this location if they chose to build a tall building. Let's see. There was something about the protest petition, and that is my fault. I should have noted that we did receive a protest petition. If valid, it affects third reading at City Council and requires the City Council to have a supermajority. Based on the signatures I saw in that petition, I have every reason to believe that we will have a valid petition by third reading. However, we need to work with the city clerk and the city attorney to make sure that the petition is legally valid. We would have concerns about accepting a petition that isn't legally valid, and we would have concerns about not telling someone that their petition isn't legally valid until third reading of city council. So that would be awkward on both ends. So we do have a meeting scheduled for this Friday, which I believe is the earliest we could get our city attorney and our city clerk and our city planning department together to discuss this protest petition. Once again, I have every reason to believe that it will be valid by the time we get to third reading at city council. So that should be, if you want to take that into consideration on this, it doesn't affect your vote. Like, it doesn't require you guys to have a unanimous vote or a supermajority vote, but it does exist, and it will likely affect third reading at city council. So I should have mentioned that, and I apologize for not mentioning that at this meeting. I would note, just for everyone present, that this is a planning commission meeting. I think we discussed this already, but I just want to make sure everyone knows that pass or fail, this item goes to city council. So it will be heard by city council, and they will discuss both the land use map and the zone change, whether it passes or fails here at the planning commission meeting. That's the notes I have to discuss. I'm sure there were other comments that I've either missed or cannot answer at this time, but those are some of the ones I thought. I'm available for any others. Mr. Director Bloom may also be willing to answer some of those questions.
Director Bloom.
Mr. Chair, members of Planning Commission, Charles Bloom, Planning and Development Director. I just wanted to know one other question or comment I observed. I wanted to make sure that everyone understood what it entails. It was in regard to the Southwest Drive plan that was prepared by the Metropolitan Planning Organization. This was a plan that was prepared in 2024, and it evaluated 2 collector streets that intersect with College Drive. One of those being a major collector street, which is Southwest Drive, which intersects by Arby's and the Fueling Center. And the other one was evaluation of Broken Arrow, which is presently unpaved, and it also intersects. The MPO planning study is exactly what it sounds like. It is a planning study. It is a plan to evaluate roads and transportation corridors that exist today or could exist in the future. Basically, what it looked at was what type of roadway could be designed within the ideal right-of-way for those types of roads. In this case, they'd both be 80-foot wide collector roads, which typically handle 3-lane roads, 2 travel lanes, turn lane, shoulders, bicycle lanes, those items. That plan ultimately was not approved by the governing body, but it was basically an evaluation and said, this is something that could happen as an alternative to what's laid out right now. Right now, as laid out, any development that would occur adjacent to Southwest Drive or Broken Arrow would be expected to dedicate the right-of-way in conjunction with their development, and then improve the roadway based on their development. If there is a development offsite that would generate a large amount of traffic, they could be required to provide offsite improvements to construct a roadway within those already predetermined corridors. The city has not pursued eminent domain for road right-of-way that I'm aware of. I am not aware of that happening in recent years, nor was eminent domain ever an item that was discussed as a result of that corridor study. In the event that the right-of-way is sought for construction, whether it be by the city or a developer, or even the DOT, if they were to be involved, or the county government were to be involved, the typical method they use is they purchase the land through right-of-way acquisition, where they have an appraisal put together, and then they acquire the land at its current value. Eminent domain is not something that is well received here in the state of Wyoming, and is not a typical path that folks go through. So just want to clarify that plan did not authorize or detail that any eminent domain would occur to require people to give up their land. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the commission have questions that they want addressed that came from public comment?
I
Commissioner
did
Cobb.
have another question as Seth mentioned the sound. LI is no discernible noise at the property line, but it's well documented and received. And there are a lot of studies coming out about what they're calling infrasound, which isn't registered on a decibel level, but it is emitted from data centers. It's a frequency, and it has negative effects on the human body as well as animals. And there's studies coming out. I'm not sure that the city's looked at any of these, but they're the same places that are having other problems with data centers. So Boardman, Oregon, Newton County, Georgia, Canton, Mississippi, Mesa, Arizona. They're all over online. So with these uses and with those sound barriers, has the city considered, looked at, or have any remedies for these?
Director Bloom, is that answerable?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, Charles Bloom, Planning Development Director. Regarding the term discernible at the property line, that is what we had in our definition. More recently, we have identified what that means. Discernible at the property line limits the sound adjacent to a residential development at 65 decibels. And I believe in the evening it is down to, is it 60? I believe it's 60 decibels in the evening, which is 55. It's a little bit around a casual conversation. So that's where the limits are. The infrasound that Commissioner Connor mentioned, that is something that we have not addressed in our studies, and it's something that we have seen online, but we don't have any data that is pointing that is a true item. So we're still evaluating and investigating that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, but with that being true, that would also mean you haven't put a data center this close to any size and a new one this close to a residential property. Is that true?
Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Connor, regarding data center entitlement sought by private developers, there is one that is proposed next to the HR Ranch. It's presently under construction right now. They went through extensive sound studies to model their sound that would be audible at the property lines, but that was the limit of their stuff, was the audio sound.
Mr. Chair, this is Seth Lloyd of Planning and Development. Commissioner Connor, can you send me the studies you've been looking at? The only scientifically done study that I could find regarding infrasound measured sound, and it was their microphones picked up the sound from 5 miles away, but they also picked up a refrigerator and a dishwasher that were louder than the sound of the machines. So I'd be very interested to know what these other studies that you found, because I have been trying to look at this and I haven't found the most robust information. So please let me know so I can look at those as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anything online? Commissioner Laird.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just, I guess, sort of a combination question for staff, but tied together. Several of the commenters mentioned concerns about impacts to their water systems and their septic systems. And one, I think, mentioned a concern that some of these data centers might propose to inject wastewater into the ground, an injection well. I'm thinking the water and septic is not a concern because they will be using city utilities, and I'm thinking we probably don't allow injection wells, but could you address that?
Mr. Chair, this is Seth Lloyd with Planning and Development. We do have a representative from the city engineer's office here, but I believe our city engineer's opinion on this matter is that the water is not eligible to be discharged onto the earth or into the earth. But I can, Aaron Gates with their engineering department may be able to provide more clarity on that.
And Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Laird, any injection well would require a permit by the Department of Environmental Quality. They would review that permit. They would evaluate exactly what type of water or anything would be injected into that. Typically, anything in the city limits like that, I believe, I'm not just speaking for them, I believe they'd be hesitant to approve because they would have an alternative means to utilize the sanitary sewer system if they are discharging it. And in that case, the Board of Public Utilities does have standards as to what they're able to accept in their system. But again, this would be a project that would be on city water service. And also it would, have access to city sewer service. We do intend to get some additional information on how that would look from DEQ. But I'll pass on to Erin. Maybe she has some additional information from the engineering office.
Thank you. And name and affiliation, please.
Mr. Chair, Erin Gates, City Engineering. Director Bloom and Mr. Lloyd are correct. These items are really defined and described by DEQ as far as limitations with the underground injection control program. And I think the BOP representative can confirm that as well.
Okay. Thank you. And I've got one last question that kind of came up and we haven't really dwelled on. If we were to adopt future land use change to mixed use employment and then amend to LI, what kind of light could you I guess illuminate all of us, unintended, on lighting restrictions, lighting regulation that would apply were this to be built out?
Mr. Chair, Seth Lloyd, the Planning and Development Department. Unified Development Code 6.4 is lighting, and it's across all zone districts. So the lighting would all have to be shielded such the light source is not visible from the property, downward facing, with the possible exception of some accent lighting, those sorts of items. And that would be true whether it's MUB zoning or LI zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you to the members of the commission, I'd just like to note regarding the lighting, we have had a lot of complaints about lighting that have occurred in the community. A lot of those complaints are with the data center construction activities where there is a requirement for specific lighting during working hours. Typically when one is done, they are shielded. And they do have very minimal light pollution that is occurring because of the downward shielding and what was noted by Mr. Lloyd. A good example is looking at some of the data centers that are located in North Range Business Park to the west of the Walmart distribution center. Those really don't have much lighting upon development. We in fact probably have most of our light pollution occurring in the city is coming from older parking lots and stuff, and a lot of unshielded lights that do exist in residential components, which frequently aren't installed to code.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move to deliberation? Hearing none, I will accept a motion from the commission. And as a reminder, if the motion is a negative motion, we need to specify why. I guess the first motion we need to be discussing is the application to amend the future land use map before we get into the actual zoning.
Chair, if I may real quick interject, at one of our more recent meetings, we had a little bit of a discussion on how a vote regarding the comprehensive plan is carried forward to the governing body. So I would quickly like just to recap that real quick. Under state statute, a land use plan amendment requires a majority of the commission to vote in favor of that item. That means 4 yes votes, regardless of attendance, would be required in order for a statutory favorable recommendation to move forward to the governing body. However, one other item regarding the bylaws say that the chair, which is Mr. Wiggum here, is only able to vote in the event of a tie. That means there would have to be a 2-2 vote, and that would trigger his tie. What that means is there's a potential that a recommendation of, say, 4 yes 0 no, that would be in compliance with statute. But if there is a vote that is 3 yes and 1 no, technically that is not a recommendation to approve under state statute, but it is going to be forwarded over to the governing body, noting that a recommendation to approve was not statutorily made, but there was a vote of 3-1 in favor of this land use plan amendment, or whatever the true outcome is. So just as a note, procedurally, that's how this would move forward.
Okay, thank you. And I am looking for a motion. I'll look for a motion in a second in order to discuss.
Mr. Chairman, I will read the motion as it's written.
Okay, Commissioner Mathey.
I move to approve the resolution amending the future land use plan for a portion of land between I-80 and the College Drive east of Southwest Drive as shown in Exhibit A, from mixed-use residential to mixed-use employment, due the request meeting the review criteria.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? We can't even discuss this or vote on it in the absence of a second. Do I have a second? I guess the motion fails for lack of a second. I will accept an alternative motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Seth Lloyd of the Planning Development Department. The comprehensive plan amendment process does not require a stated reasons for denial of a application. So there is no need to make a denial motion for this. For the zone change, you will need to make a denial motion though.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay,
Mr. Chair, as staff, we'd like to note the motion to amend the future land use map fails due to lack of a second. And then we will move to the zone change item. If you would bear with me, I'll give you a brief staff report on that. And that is,
please,
due to the failure of the future land use map amendment, staff recommends denial of the zone change.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner, Director Bloom.
Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, just as a note, regardless of the outcome, either of these items, this item will still move forward to the governing body for introduction at their meeting on Monday, and then referral to committee, which will be in 2 Mondays. And it will just note the occurrence of the recommendations here.
Okay. I'm looking for a motion on item B of the agenda.
I move to recommend the governing body deny the rezoning of approximately 90.5 acres of unplatted land situated northeast of the intersection of Broken Arrow Road and Wooden Shoe Drive to LI Light Industrial, as shown in the attached zone change map, noting that the project does not meet the review criteria 1 and 8, the LI zoning request being incompatible with future land use designation of mixed-use residential.
It's been moved.
Second.
Okay, I've got a second by Commissioner Laird. Any discussion by the commission? Amendments? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
And just a reminder for our commission, if you support the denial, vote yes, please. Do not vote no. Amy Hernandez.
Aye.
Tony Laird.
Aye.
Bob Mathieu.
Aye.
Megan Connor.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We're about 2 hours in. Do we need to take a 5 to 10 minute recess for anybody, or can we proceed? Let's take a 5-minute recess as the room clears. Okay, it's 8 o'clock, so I'd like to call us out of recess and call the meeting back to order. Next item up on the agenda is item D. Will staff please read it into the record?
Item D, PUDC 26-82, Harmony Valley, 24th filing, expedited plat.
Thank you. Do I have an agent for the applicant here to tell us what we're looking at?
Chair, through you, John Sayers, agent for True Great Land Development. What you have before is a subdivision plat for an approved site plan for 524 unit plex over off of College and Parsley that was previously approved. With that, in order to make the sales capabilities for each individual building for ownership, we are asking for a 6-lot subdivision, being 5 lots for each individual building. The 6th lot will actually be a 1 in 6 or 1 in 5 interest for the 6th lot to go ahead and pay for open space and common space area. Staff has, through building department and engineering and BOQ, approved the site plan. We do have a green stamp on it. This is just a formality to go ahead and develop the land itself. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant from the commission? Hearing none, will staff please present the staff report?
Mr. Chair, Morgan Dennis, Planning and Development. This is an expedited plat for 6.5 acres of land located east of South Parsley Boulevard and north of West College Drive. The lot is currently vacant. The purpose of this plat is to create the common lot and 5 individual lots for the building. Responsibility of maintenance for the common lot will be split into 1/5 interest for each building owner. They will be responsible for maintaining the common lot to the approved site plan. The parcel is currently undergoing the site plan process. Future land use map designates this area as mixed use commercial. This parcel recently undergone a zoning change from Harmony Valley PUD to the NR3 zone. All multi-dwelling building lot types are allowed within the NR3 zone. The lots proposed are reflective of buildings on the approved site plan and are buildable in the NR3 zone. After meeting all review criteria, staff recommends approval, and I stand for questions.
Okay, any questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Mathia?
Yes, I just wonder for I guess the 5th lot that's going to be, or the extra lot that's going to be divided between the other 5 lots, and it's going to be the responsibility of the 5 to maintain that 6th lot. If they do not do that, does the city have any kind of ability to force them to take care of the lot?
Mr. Chair, through you, Connor White, Planning and Development Department. Yes, so because this property has a site plan that basically covers the entirety of the lot, should any landscaping, maintenance, or anything of that sort basically fall into poor conditions, it can become a zoning violation that the city can then issue basically to all 5 of the other owners. So that is how we would enforce this, through the zoning violation for maintenance. Because it has basically a site plan that goes along with the project.
Mr. Chair, through you, would that mean you would put a lien on the other 5 property owners, or what would happen?
Mr. Chair, through you, so a lien wouldn't be something we jump to right away. Basically, the zoning violation process would start basically telling them they're out of compliance and that they need to fix it. Through our zoning violation process, we do have the ability to abate the process, or basically abate, and we could technically by code go in, replant everything, and put a lien on the property.
And I guess as a follow-up, does that include being able to do things like promptly mow and clean up and then proceed with enforcement through your abatement? Or do we have to wait for that process to conclude before we actually fix the problem?
Mr. Chair, through you. So it go through the process to basically, we would have to issue basically a letter that says we're going to abate the property, go out abate, and then we'd lien the property. When it comes to like mowing grass and stuff, compliance already does things like that. When it comes to weeds, junk, grass, they have done that in the past when it comes to properties that do not comply. That hires some sort of landscaping company to go out there and mow the grass, and then they will basically lien the property or charge that property owner for that fee.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from commission? Any follow-up questions from to the applicant? I'll open this up for public comment. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Ma'am?
Heather Madrid. I live in Harmony Meadows. We need sidewalks on College Drive. There's no safe way for kids to get to school from all this development that's happening in that area. The speed limit on College is 50 miles per hour, which through what is now a residential neighborhood. This will just expand that residential neighborhood further up College. And I think that it should be not even an option for developers to not consider the safety of children when there are so many schools in this area. And presumably going to be a lot of kids moving in. So that would be my only question, comment, concern with this ongoing development of this area. There's just like not a lot of safety taken into consideration with this.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public present that wish to comment on this item? Any other members of the public in Zoom land that wish to comment? Public comment going once, going twice. Public comment is now closed. Would the applicant please come forward? Would you care to please address the sidewalks question? As the applicant, I believe, knows, this is an issue near and dear to my heart.
Mr. Chair, through you, John Sayers, agent for True Grit. So that the statement's incorrect. I need to clear some things up. From Walter Scheid past the elementary school, that is a 30-mile-an-hour zone. Immediately after the the elementary school up to Grand Harmony Boulevard, just past Triumph in the middle of there, the speed limit jumps from 30 to 40 miles an hour. The reason we know this is that during our study for doing Harmony Valley fifth filing was whether or not a deceleration lane needs to be put in at this time. It does not need to be put in at York turning in at this point. From York up further to Danny Place, right in there, in between Danny Place, or I'm sorry, York and Elsie Jean, the speed limit does jump to 50 mile an hour up in that area. What's not being represented is that when the Grand Harmony Apartments complex was being constructed near Harmony Meadows, the city staff actually asked us to go ahead and finish the sidewalk that was non-existent from Greenway Commons over to our property line. And then we took that as well and brought that all the way around the property up and through Grand Harmony Boulevard. What's also worth noting is up on Grand Harmony Boulevard to our north, there was no sidewalk for that area as well. So staff and us worked together that we actually put sidewalk in from our north boundary line on Grand Harmony Boulevard up to Center One Drive and cleared up that intersection. It's also worth noting that the sidewalk along College from Triumph over to York was put in over, hasn't been stretched, but from York up has been. The reason the sidewalk hasn't been put in from Triumph to York at this time period is strictly because, one, the YDOT concern of how they may take over the road. Number two with that, though, is that parcel in front of our property or the detention pond there is questionable of what is to be done. So by putting in the pathway at this exact second, which isn't a requirement, hinders what we can and cannot do by spending money and wasting that time for other things. The sidewalk from York has been run all the way up to Danny Place, as a matter of fact, and then on to LC Jean. There is a project from the city's side that is supposed to release in 2028 that takes the Greenway Commons from the intersection of LCG or Carolan and York further up to Cribben. And that is part of the project for the city to extend York up to Cribben. As pointed out when we went through Harmony Valley 23rd filing, which was recently approved in final plat, there is sidewalks that are attached in that subdivision that actually get them back up to Allison Road. As was discussed during that meeting, we have no ties to Walterscheid Boulevard, and that is a city question as well in regards to how that access and sidewalk along Walterscheid. That's outside our spectrum and scope. I think that takes care of all your questions unless you have a follow-up.
Any other questions of the applicant from the commission? Okay, thank you. I'm looking for a motion, I think.
Can I just say one more thing about that?
A public comment is closed. I'm really curious what you have to say, but we closed public comment.
Okay, when would be a good opportunity to express the concern? I live there and I can assure you it is unsafe.
This is a recommendation. I believe it'll be before the city council that has more teeth than we do.
Thank you.
How many weeks? In 2 weeks, but that I assume will just be an introduction and referral to committee.
Mr. Chair, through you, Connor White Planning and Development Department. So it'll be introduction next Monday and then discussion the following Monday, final consideration the Monday after that.
So 2 weeks will be when it's
2 weeks
before
will actually
committee,
be before
council,
committee for discussion.
which is the best time to.
Yes, that'll be June 15th, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Laird.
I move to approve the Harmony Valley 24th filing preliminary plat, advancing the final plat to the governing body.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion, comment by the commission? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
Bob Mathia,
Yes.
Tony Laird,
Aye.
Megan Connor,
Aye.
Amy Hernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Staff, please read item E into the record.
Item E, PUDC 26-83, Swan Ranch Rail Park 20th filing assigned zoning. And Mr. Chair, I should note their staff is technically the applicant on this one because it's an assigned zoning.
Please present the report.
Chair and members of the committee, Connor White, Planning and Development Department. The project before you, it's an assigned zoning. So as was noted at the beginning of the meeting, with assigned zonings, they basically go along with annexations. But there isn't any discussion on the annexation with this item. It's all about what staff recommends it be assigned once it's annexed. So the parcel that you have before you for the assigned zoning is northwest of the intersection of Clear Creek Parkway and Gannett Peak Drive. This is out in the Swan Ranch Rail Park on the west side of town. This property is currently zoned LI out in the county, so it is county LI. So looking at the area, which is either LI or some sort of industrial planned unit development, and also looking at uses out in this area, which are all industrial in nature, staff does recommend that the assigned zoning be to LI upon its annexation. That is the best fit for the property. That's what it's already zoned in the county, and that's what the area basically already has. So with that, staff does recommend approval of this assigned zoning to assign the property to light industrial upon its annexation. And I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff from the commission? Hearing none, I'll open this up for public comment. Are there any members of the public present who wish to comment on this matter? Seeing none, are there any members of the public on Zoom land that wish to comment? Public comment going once, going twice. Public comment is now closed. Any questions? I guess we've dealt with that. I'm looking for a motion from the commission.
I move to recommend the governing body approve the assigned zoning for land northwest of the intersection of Clear Creek Parkway and Gannett Peak Drive to LI Light Industrial as shown in the attached zone change map, noting that the project meets the review criteria for approval.
Okay, thank you. I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Connor and seconded by Commissioner Mathey. Any discussion on this at the commission? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
Where am I? Amy Hernandez.
Aye.
Tony Laird.
Aye.
Megan Connor.
Aye.
Bob Mathia.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Will staff please read item F into the record?
Item F, PUDC-26-87, Swan Ranch Rail Park, 21st filing, expedited plat.
Okay, thank you. Do we have an agent for the applicant here that wants to tell us what's going on with Swan Ranch Rail Park 21st filing? Oh, over here.
Good evening, commissioners, members of the board. My name is Mark Christensen. I am with AVI PC. We're at 1103 Old Town Lane, and we are acting as the agent for the applicant. So this item is before you with the expedited plat to prepare this, the subject parties properties for development. So as you can see, it is changing 3 unplatted lots into 4 developable lots in the Swan Ranch Business Park, excuse me. So these are proposed, as you'll see in the following item, to be with the BP zone. So anticipating industrial type uses, looking at the BP zone largely because it grants more flexibility. One hallmark of the BP zone is that it must be at least 320 acres of contiguity, which is the reason for the BP zone at this time. So we have strung together some other properties that have already been platted in that BP zone. But this is for those specific lots in the Swan Ranch Business Park for industrial type uses, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant from the commissioners? Anything from the commissioners online? I've got a quick question. Do we have any kind of idea what you're trying to accomplish with these additional lots and zoning? What new uses are we looking at?
Yes, Chair, through you to the members of the commission. So the impetus for this was some interest in data center development on the larger parcel. However, there are other potential uses that could go on this subject property. The main consideration here is that I guess it's with the zone change, the uses are expanded with the BP zone. So a data center is already allowed in the LI zoning, which it already is, but the BP zoning would allow further uses such as some retail food service type uses that are allowed in the BP zone that aren't permitted outright in the LI zone.
Okay, thank you. And will staff please read in the report or provide the report?
Chair and members of the commission, Connor White, Planning and Development Department. So the area before you, very similar area to what we just talked about with the assigned zoning. It actually does incorporate the assigned zone parcel. So this project is located west of I-25 and north of Wallach, West Wallach Road. The property, one of the, I guess, 2 of the properties in question, the one with the assigned zoning should have come in and be annexed to be assigned the LI zone, would currently have the LI zone designation. Obviously, there was a little mention of the next item, which is the zone change to BP. But Current zoning out there is LI for the larger parcel, and then the parcels that are across Clear Creek are currently zoned community business. Future land use map, this whole area is mixed use employment. There's a slight sliver of open space out there. It's mostly just a remnant at this point out in that area. It kind of followed what the PUD that is out there kind of intended for, but that PUD was never developed to what it was actually kind of written for. So most of this area, though, is industrial in nature, is on the future land use map as mixed use employment. The applicant is proposing a plat for roughly 233.33 acres of land. Proposed plat would create 4 lots for industrial and commercial development. As I mentioned, there is a proposed zone change, which is the next item on the agenda, to the business park zone. With this plat, it does incorporate a parcel that is proposed to be annexed and then does dedicate an extension of street that extends out west and provides some connectivity to potential future development to the western area. It does take 1 lot that's across Clear Creek Parkway, does divide it into 2, and then it is taking the larger lot, which is an already platted lot. It is currently platted as a remainder lot. So the only way a remainder lot can be developed, sold off, anything like that, it does have to be replatted. That could have been done administratively. But with this, they are choosing to add some additional land with that street to the north, which is why that is coming before you. So as the applicant mentioned, there's the potential for data center development. I do want to make it clear a data center can already develop on this parcel without even coming before this body or city council. With this plat, major thing here is combining a couple of also kind of remnant lots that were at one point railroad, proposed for railroad, that are on the western side of the parcel. That does clean that up and brings them into the larger lot. Through the review, this whole area is large lot development. It is all industrial in nature. Block size is something that doesn't get looked at when it comes to industrial parks, because industrial parks do allow for, or industrial zoning, because it does allow for larger lots. There was a drainage and traffic worksheet. Both of those were reviewed. There were no concerns at this at the platting level. More in-depth review will be done when site plans are proposed for the actual development of the lots. As I mentioned, there is the road that is being proposed. It lines up with Gannett Peak on the east side and then connects over and goes across to provide potential future connections further to the west. Through the review, I should note that in the staff report, I have the wrong exception and the wrong condition at the end of the staff report. So I actually have the correct one on the screen on the final slide. But basically, the only condition that staff would put on this plat would be that any technical corrections be finalized and corrected prior to recording of the plat. Otherwise, through staff's review, staff does recommend approval. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Hey, thank you. Questions for staff from the commission? Hearing none, I'll open this item up for public comment. Is there anybody from the public here that wants to comment on this? Anybody in Zoom land, online? Okay. If there's somebody there, please state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Charles Miller, Laramie County. I just have Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for the record. I have a direct question for the applicant and for staff, and overall. I guess I'd like it on the record. By changing this zoning from light industrial. Is that correct? You guys are changing it from light industrial to business park?
Yes.
Okay. Does
Point of order, that's the next item, I believe, Chairman.
does
That
this
is correct.
designation allow
Mr.
for the project to bypass the Wyoming Industrial Sitting Council permitting process? Under state law, large industrial projects normally must go through the Industrial Sitting Council, which requires public hearings and impact mitigation for roads, water, services, and the community. However, locating inside a designated business park often exempts these projects from that review. So, will rezoning this property to business park allow you to claim an exemption from the full Industrial Sitting Council review and associated mitigation requirements? Hello?
We'll collect your the
Okay.
questions
Okay.
and address questions at the end.
Okay. Thank you.
And just for clarification, we're not rezoning here. We're drawing lines on a map for the parcels. But go ahead.
Okay, and then here's my question too. If you're exempt from that state oversight, are you willing to sign a binding development agreement with the city that voluntarily provides the same level of environmental monitoring, water usage reporting, noise studies, including infrasound and impact fees that the state process would have required? Third question, can you confirm on the record that this zoning change grants no exemptions from federal EPA rules on aquifer protection, wastewater injection, or air quality permits from backup generators? I urge you to look at all these things. I understand I may be a little bit out of sequence here, so that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from the public? Hearing none, seeing none, public comment is now closed. As a reminder, I guess I messed up a little bit. Those questions seem to be addressed to the next item. Are there any? Does anybody want to address any of the open issues? Questions from the commission to the applicant or staff?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I can address some of the questions that we did hear real quick. Regarding the question regarding industrial siting, SITING. This is within an existing business park, so it is exempt from the industrial siting committee processes. Regarding a development agreement, that is not a requirement of the city. That is something completely at the discretion of the landowner. I don't see the relevancy with that in regard to this subdivision of land. And the other item was in regard to any necessary permits regarding state agencies, and nothing here would exempt them from any necessary permits that are required by the state, whether it be through the state engineer's office, Department of Environmental Quality, or any other studies that they would be required to do outside of our process.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Laird.
Through you, just a follow up for Director Bloom. When you say this is within an existing business park, are you talking generically a business park versus the business park zoning that's in the next item?
Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Laird, that's a great question. So often has the business park zone district, which now we look at that probably wasn't the best name of a zone district now. It gets confused with a business park, which could be organized through a property owners association and other ways like that. So this is within what is recognized as a business park, regardless of its zoning. This business park has different zonings. It has CB, community business. It has LI. It has agriculture, I believe, and it also has a planned unit development that's outside of the city. So it has a variety of different zone districts in this recognized business park area.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion.
I move to approve the Swan Ranch Rail Park 21st filing preliminary plat advancing the final plat to the governing body with staff recommended conditions.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been seconded by Commissioner Connor. Any discussion by the council? Hearing none. Staff, please call roll.
Bob Mathia,
Aye.
Tony Laird,
Aye.
Megan Connor,
Aye.
Amy Hernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll move on to item H, which is we're going to move on to item G, which is the zoning map amendment. Will staff please read it into the record?
Item G, PUDC 26 Swan Ranch Rail Park zoning map amendment.
Okay, can please have an agent for the applicant.
Yes, Chair, through you. My name is Mark Christensen. I am with AVIPC at 1103 Old Town Lane. So this is the item before you with the business park zoning. So I think you can blame me a little bit for jumping the gun on the last one. Apologies on that. But the business park zone is really to incite sort of conducive development. I brought this up while we were discussing the last item, but the BP business park zone integrates commercial services more along with the industrial uses that could be already located in the LI district. So this includes from the code, it says the district integrates manufacturing, processing, research and development, and shipping activities in addition to retail dining and convenience stores. So it goes beyond the LI zone with the in addition to those retail dining and convenience stores. Again, it is required to have 320 acres minimum, which is why it is before you now. As Director Bloom had previously said, it is in a business park association, so that is not to be confused with the business park zone. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant?
I have a question.
Mr. Connor.
Just looking at the map, it looks a little bit piecemealed. Are there any objections from anyone surrounding there, or is anyone else looking to join this business park? A lot of connectivity in it, and it's just kind of disjointed.
So Chair, through you, with this being a landowner initiated rezoning, we have just acted on the behalf of the landowner. We did not request the other properties to be in at this time, likely because some of those are already developed and wouldn't really need to be rezoned. So that could be a potential reason for it. If it were a city initiated rezoning, there might be some more properties including it. However, we have only initiated this on behalf of the landowner who has the LLCs that are listed on the application.
Thank you. Any further questions, follow-ups? Thank you. Staff, will you please provide your report?
Chair, members of the Commission, Connor White, Planning and Development Department. So again, very similar area that we're looking at. It's kind of going from one small property to now larger properties in that order. So same area, we're located north of, basically north and south of West Wallach Road and west of I-25. Again, much of this area on the future land use map, it's already mixed use employment. And then the existing zoning within the proposed area for the zone change is either light industrial, community business, or basically an industrial PUD that's out there. That industrial PUD is basically a heavy industrial PUD. So it basically allows any of the uses allowed in a heavy industrial zone district. Looking at the BP zone, like Director Bloom had said, this has been coming up quite a bit with the confusion between what is a business park by association versus zoning. The way to think about the zoning is we could have called this the industrial flex zone rather than the business park zone. So again, that's kind of might be staff's fault for kind of calling it business park at this point. But it could have just been called industrial flex. It's basically zoning does not zoning doesn't bypass other state and federal requirements. Those still have to be abided by, as Director Bloom said. The zone district is very different than the business park association portion. So with this, the applicant is requesting to rezone roughly 394.7 acres of land to the BP Business Park Zone District. Pretty much all of this, actually, not pretty much, all of this land is vacant land currently. Again, it's all either zoned light industrial, community business, or it's the Swan Ranch Rail Park planned unit development. This area out here, as stated as well, is all industrial by nature. There's either industrial warehousing, you do have some RV sales that are across within the smaller kind of overland trails business park area. There's kind of more heavier industrial as you go south. The BP zone is meant to be a combination of the LI, CB, and HI zone district. So it does allow for that flexibility in varying uses. It does allow for more commercial uses than the LI zone. Does allow many more uses than what the PUD allows. And then it allows maybe some more intense uses than the CB zone that is currently out there along I-25. Also, as mentioned by the applicant, this was basically owner initiated. So this is not a city initiated one. They can only act on those that owners have requested to be part of the zone change. Should the zone change be approved and be approved by council as well and become effective, if other properties do want to join the business park zone district and they are adjacent to what gets rezoned, they will have that opportunity to do so in the future. Based on the review criteria and the fact that this is an industrial area, staff does recommend approval of the zoning map amendment, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff from the commission? Commissioner Laird.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'm just curious, since the city did initiate the large zone change to BP for the two business parks to the east, have you considered doing that for this particular business park, the whole of it or most of it?
Chair, through you, there's been discussions. The biggest thing with why we did the other business park is that business park was already so hard to get property owners with the 320 acres that were adjacent to each other. This one does have a landowner that has the majority of the land where they can initiate it themselves. Obviously, also it takes staff time to do these rezonings. If staff was to initiate them, there's probably plenty of rezonings we would love to do, but comes down to staff time. I mean, you can see what the agenda looks like tonight. Our department's been pretty busy. So doing city initiated or staff initiated ones, we've discussed, but if an applicant wants and has the land requirement to be able to do it themselves and they want to do it more quickly, they're probably going to need to, rather than waiting for staff to get around to doing it. But again, there's been discussions, but nothing concrete of, yes, staff is going to rezone this whole area.
Mr. Chair, and I'd just like to add real quick.
Director Bloom.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to add real quick that there is an inherent difference with this industrial area compared to the one out on Campstool Road, Cheyenne Business Parkway. This is within a planned unit development that has some different development standards that are spelled out in the planned unit development. So the change hadn't risen to a point where it needed to be done. I've been working with a couple developments in the Campstool Business Park, the Cheyenne Business Parkway area. It was noted that some of the development standards needed adjustment for some developments. I use one example, which is the Eagle Claw facility, which had a lot of landscaping that is not beneficial for the overall area for future phases.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarification for the record, the point of this attempt to rezone is to make it so we don't need to do multiple rezones as different lots have different ideas in the future. We're hoping to see this is the last rezoning in this area.
Mr. Chair, through you, that would be correct because again, the BP zone is that mix of 3 different zone districts with a lot of varying uses. So similar to what staff had kind of said with the last business, the one that we had brought forward, it's kind of hopefully the last time you have to see a rezone for these lots because they should have a significant amount of uses that they're able to put on property rather than going LI to CB or CB to HI or, back and forth.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? We'll open this up for public comment. Is there any member of the public here who wishes to speak on this item? Public comment is okay. Okay. Public comment via Zoom.
Charles Miller, you should be able to mute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Charles Miller. Sorry. Give me just a second here. I got my my notes I'm pulling up here. Is the item number G, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's for the Swan Ranch Rail Park Amendment. It looks like that on page 4 of your PUDC 2686, that you're changing this to be a business park because of the difficulty of creating traditional urban blocks. It just seems funny to me if the developer doesn't want to follow the city's subdivision design standards, we just change the zone for them to make it easier. I mean, it just seems a little strange there. And then there's this table on the future land use map. It clearly says the designation for this site is mixed use employment / open space. But if you approve this business park rezone for all 394.7 acres, the open space just vanishes. Poof. I guess I'm just a little confused how we can just ignore the open space protections and plan Cheyenne like that. One more thing. I was wondering about the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council. Can you talk more maybe about the permitting from the state for a large industrial projects that normally has to take place, but that the exemptions that the business park zoning provides? Thank you. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Anybody online? Hearing none. Public comment going once, going twice. Public comment is now closed. I guess there was a question in there regarding the relevance of our zoning and the siting council permitting process. Or is the answer any different than the previous item?
Mr. Chair, Charles Bloom, Planning and Development Director. Not much of a difference in answer. I urge them to have any questions regarding another agency's process to contact that agency.
Okay, thank you. With that, any other questions from the commission? I am looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Laird.
I move to recommend the governing body approve the rezoning of lots 4 and 5, Block 3, Swan Ranch Rail Park, 8th filing, lots 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, Block 2 and Lot 9, Block 1, Swan Ranch Rail Park, 11th filing, Tract A, Swan Ranch Rail Park, 18th filing, Tract 1, Swan Ranch Rail Park, 20th filing, lots 1 and 2, block 3, Swan Ranch Rail Park 21st filing to BP Business Park, as shown in the attached zone change map, noting that the project meets the review criteria for approval.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Mathey. Any discussion by the commission? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
Tony Laird,
Aye.
Amy Hernandez,
No.
Megan Connor,
No.
Bob Mathia,
Aye.
and Boyd Wiggum.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Okay. Item 8. Will staff please read item H into the record?
Item H, PUDC 26-84 Highlands assigned zoning. Again, Mr. Chair, city's the applicant. I know I have an agent on the agenda, but
I was going to ask about that.
city is the applicant on this one.
Would staff please present the report?
Chair and members of the Commission, Connor White, Planning and Development Department. Again, with any assigned zoning, this basically goes along with annexation. As always stated, we're here to talk about the assigned zoning, not the annexation that gets discussed at council. The area that we're looking at, it is located east of South Greeley Highway and south of the Sweetgrass subdivision. The area we are looking at is for an annexation of 3,459.99 acres of land. This whole area is zoned LU, so land use out in the county. The LU zone does allow for various basically uses, especially on large properties. They can get conditional use for lots of varying items, whether it be gravel quarries. There are oil fields already out in this area. I think even with large property like this, they could have a conditional use for data center in the LU. Staff looking at the surrounding area and even the size of the land, staff is recommending that the assigned zoning be to AG agricultural. So upon annexation, it would be assigned the AG agricultural zone, and then any further rezoning or development would require basically additional applications. I'm sure everybody has seen the agenda. There is 2 items that will come after this one with applicant requested future land use map amendment and a applicant requested zone change. With this assigned zoning, again, after reviewing the surrounding zoning, the current use of the property, the just overall size of the area, staff does recommend that the assigned zoning be to AG agricultural. With that, I am available for any questions.
Are there any questions of staff from the commission? Hearing none, I will open this item up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Heather Madrid, Harmony Meadows. My question with this is, I mean, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to try to stay away from the whole annexation thing. But I don't understand why we're treating this 33,400 plus acre request the same as the previous, which was still huge, over 300 acres, and the same even still as a 90 acre request for a rezoning of property that isn't even annexed yet into the city. That is, I am positive that is not the intent of any of our current laws or regulations. Also, it's already been publicly shared what the intent of this land will be. It's not agricultural. So my question is, why would we with knowing full well that this is going to be a massive data center complex, why would we rezone, or why would anybody rezone it to agricultural? That seems like a very intentional misrepresentation of the intent, and is kind of in line with and worsening this idea that there is not transparency. And it's led to panic, quite frankly, and extreme hypervigilance within the public to even be willing to argue for almost 2 hours over landscaping. This is very concerning to me. This isn't a little bit of land. And it also, the final intended use of this is actually not even remotely aligned with the future land use map, which is, from my understanding, again, grossly outdated. So I don't know why we continue to rely on that map for these massive, massive annexations and projects that are, as someone stated earlier, locking the city in and preventing future growth in a diverse way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else present who wishes to comment on the item? Seeing none, is there anybody via Zoom who wishes to comment? Public comment going once, going twice. Public comment is now closed. I guess the questions I heard, would staff please address the purpose of this assigned zoning that we're talking about, to recap that.
Yep, Mr. Chair, through you. So basically, a little bit of process here. We have, with any annexation, there's always an assigned zoning. Annexation does not get discussed at Planning Commission. Annexation goes straight to council. But staff ended up, I want to say it was a year or two ago, we developed the assigned zoning to basically give a property that's annexed its base zone district once it's annexed. If we don't have that base zone district, the property has no zone district, which means it has no regulation. We did actually have that happen at one point prior to having assigned zoning, because the zone change request from the applicant failed at council. So now we have assigned zoning where basically with any annexation, staff reviews what the current use of the land is, what the current area looks like, basically looking at surrounding zoning, and staff recommends basically a base zone district to give the parcel. In this case, the base zone district staff recommends is agricultural. Now, if the applicant doesn't like that zone district because it doesn't allow them to develop on it, then they also submit an application from them requesting it be rezoned to a zone district that they would like. Those are the next two items on the agenda. The next two items are the future land use map amendment for the same area and a zoning map amendment to the business park zone district for this area. So this is the process that we've always gone through with these. There always is an assigned zoning with annexation. As you can see with the first item on the agenda, there was no proposed zone change from that applicant. They're a residential property. They don't need anything different than the AR zone. So they're going with the assigned zoning. In this case, there are two more items that follow this. Yes, I know it's been made public that this is for a data center. There are representatives here, and that will be part of probably their presentation when we get to it with the next two items. But for this specific item, we are just talking about what is the base zone district upon annexation. This land could still be annexed and assigned the agricultural zone, and then council could maybe choose not to approve the next two items. It's annexed and has the AG zone then at that point. Anything that gets annexed has to have a zone district. So that is what this application or this discussion is for.
And I guess as a follow-up, cross-examine a little bit. And to be clear, does this, if we approve this and the 5+ square miles does not actually get annexed to the city, does this have any legal effect if the annexation fails?
Mr. Chair, through you, if the annexation fails, this would also fail. Basically, if council does not approve the annexation on third reading, I would probably get up and tell them you also need to not approve the next 3 items on the agenda because they are all tied to the annexation. So the order, basically the order of operation at council would be annexation, assigned zoning, future land use map amendment, zone change. That would be basically the order that these items would be for third reading. I can't guarantee that's how they're going to be discussed on agendas prior to, but for final consideration and final approvals, that would be the order they would need to be in.
Okay. Any other questions of staff from the commission? Hearing none. I'm looking for a motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move to
Commissioner Mathei.
recommend the governing body approve the assigned zoning for land east of South Greeley Highway and south of the Sweetgrass development to AG agriculture as shown in the attached zone change map, noting that the project meets the review criteria for approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Laird. Any discussion by the commission? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
Amy Hernandez,
Yes.
Megan Connor,
Aye.
Bob Mathia,
Aye.
Tony Laird.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that the next 2 items are going to be discussed again together again, much like the previous. Okay, staff, please read items I and J into the record. We'll discuss those and then we'll hold 2 separate votes on them.
Item I, PUDC 26-116 Highlands Future Land Use Map Amendment. And item J is PUDC 26-85 Highlands Zoning Map Amendment.
Okay, we have an agent for the applicant.
Chairman, Planning Commission members, Brad Emmons, AVI, 1103 Old Town Lane, number 101. Here representing the owner, Arp and Hammond Hardware Company, Old Horse Pasture Incorporated, and Lummis Livestock Company, who are the current owners of the property that have submitted this land use application and zone change. With me, I'm going to turn it over to Rachel Irwin first. She would like with Microsoft to give a presentation, and then I continue my stuff after that.
Thank you, Brad. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Planning Commission, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rachel Irwin. I serve as the Land Development and Permitting Program Manager for Microsoft. Our address is 1 Microsoft Way, Redmond, Washington. Joining me tonight is Vanita Loom, our Land Development Director for America's West, Lucas Downey and Adonis Trujillo, our Cheyenne Community Affairs Managers, Randy Reed, our outside counsel with Long, Reamer, and Weiniger, and Brad Emmons, who you've met, Principal Development Coordinator with AVI, who supports our entitlement efforts and will be available to assist in any technical questions. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you tonight to present our request regarding the Highlands property. This evening, we are requesting your recommendation to approve 2 items, a rezoning of the Highlands property to Bison or to Business Park, and a future land use amendment to support that zoning designation. The Highlands property is a 3,050 acre parcel just east of our existing Bison Business Park campus. We will also be seeking to annex the property at the appropriate time as the city process moves forward. These requests are a critical step in advancing a strategically planned data center campus and are intended to work together to ensure consistency between land use, zoning, and long-term planning. As many of you may have heard, we are currently in the process of acquiring this 3,050 acre parcel and are optimistic about completing the acquisition over the summer. Given the early stage of this effort, Microsoft has not yet advanced detailed design for the campus.
While we may not have all the answers today regarding a specific design element or timing, we remain committed to being open and transparent with the community, just as we have been with our other local projects. We believe the requested approvals are consistent with the city's long-term growth vision and land use planning objectives. This will allow us to move forward in a coordinated way with infrastructure, utilities, and development standards under city jurisdiction. Together, the proposed business park zoning, the future land use amendment, and the eventual annexation into the city provide a cohesive framework to guide development of the site in a way that aligns with the city's planning goals. The Highlands property represents an important opportunity to support regional economic growth while aligning with Cheyenne's planned development patterns. Our intent is to develop a modern data center campus that aligns with the future land use plan, integrates the planned infrastructure investments, and supports long-term economic development for the region. While today's request focuses on these entitlement actions, we recognize this is just the first step in a broader multi-phase process that will include detailed engineering and additional opportunities for public review and input. We want to emphasize that Microsoft approaches projects like this with a long-term commitment to the communities where we operate. We have been an active part of the Cheyenne community since 2012. And since 2018, Microsoft has supported 56 community initiatives across 28 local organizations, with a focus on education, workforce development, and community services, contributing a total of $4.7 million to local organizations and nonprofits. As we move forward, we are committed to paying our way for infrastructure, minimizing water use and utilizing efficient design, contributing to the local tax base, creating workforce opportunities, and maintaining ongoing community engagement. We understand projects like this of this scale raise important questions. We have been proactive in engaging with the community ahead of tonight's meeting. This has included a focused neighborhood meeting with adjacent and nearby landowners on May 27th for the Highlands property specifically, as well as a community open house to provide information and gather feedback on our expansion efforts on May 28th. That outreach will continue through a series of meetings planned for this summer as we move into the next phases of the project. We are actively listening to the community and stakeholders on infrastructure, water use, compatibility, and overall growth considerations. While detailed design is still to come, these topics will continue to be addressed through the city's formal review processes as the project advances. These requests are foundational because they enable alignment with city planning and development standards, ensure infrastructure can be planned holistically, and provide a clear and predictable path for future entitlements and public input. In closing, we believe this rezoning and future land use amendment represent an extension of the city's growth, an opportunity to strengthen the local economy, and a project that can be delivered responsibly in partnership with the community. Thank you for your time and consideration. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Brad?
Mr. Chairman, Brad Emmons again, AVI. Just wanted to follow up with a couple things on the choices of the BP zone. And if you look in the applicability section of the BP zone, it specifically talks about areas like this as being applicable areas for the BP zoning. And therefore, that's why that's been chosen by the owner and the applicant in this situation. It is also adjacent to BP zoning and the Bison Business Park. So it is already adjacent to the exact same zone. As we move forward, if a little bit of following through this, the applicants, the owners did annex actually additional land. So when you see the annexation, it is actually a larger parcel that they're keeping. So there are some areas that they're keeping in the annexation area compared to the zone change area, as well as they are, and most of that is that ridge line. You can see that ridge line that kind of cuts diagonally across that. The owner has kept that area even though they're annexing it at this time. So be happy to answer any questions of the commission.
You read my mind. Would you clarify that? I was pulling up the ridgeline discussion from Plan Cheyenne in 2014.
Mr. Chair, through you, if you kind of look, I guess if you start in the left, just north of the existing campus, you can see the ridge where the purple and the gray are. And as that cuts across there, that's why those areas to the north and east of that area are not within the zone change, because the applicant is keeping those areas to make sure to conserve the ridge line.
Okay, thank you. That answers question number 1. Question number 2. How much of this is servable by the existing water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant?
Mr. Chairman, through you. So I would let BOP speak more directly, but there has been initial discussions that there's capacity to serve the site. There will be a lift station needed to get the sewer from the this parcel back to the sewer line in Loving Trail. But both those things have, the initial discussions with BOP have occurred on both of those. And at this time, they have capacity for both.
But more to my point, this is an area that can be served by that with a lift station.
Mr. Chairman, through you again, I would, we have to get clearance from the Board of Public Utilities
Okay,
prior to
will do.
submitting the annexation. But they are also here still, I think, that to get
Okay.
it specifically from them.
I do note with the map you've got there, just with the shape and the zoning, it does appear that a portion of what we're talking about rezoning here does lie to the northwest of that ridge line. Just by keeping things angular, I understand what the owners are trying to do, but it looks like there's still going to be some that does lie within this, just by the shape of the polygon.
Well, Mr. Chairman, through you, again, those polygons are put on by GIS, and so I don't know that they're as accurate as, and then they're overlaid on a photo. So those are not survey level documents. So.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant by the commission at this stage? I'm sure we'll have some down the road. Okay, well, staff, please present your report.
Chair and members of the commission, Connor White, Planning and Development Department. So before you, you have a future land use map and a zoning map amendment request for land located east of South Greeley Highway and south of the Sweetgrass development. Something I'll just clarify because it was kind of brought up. Between the annexation, future land use map, and zone change, there are 3 different acreages, basically. So with the annexation, you have the 3,459 acres for annexation. The future land use map amendment is 3,238. And the zoning map amendment, I believe, is around 3,050. So a couple of different things here. As the applicant mentioned, there are parcels that are being annexed that are not part of the zone change, and they're not part of the future land use map amendment. They're being left, basically they'd be left agricultural upon annexation and left in that designation and not part of this development. Can probably point those out on the map. It'd be this portion, and then it'd be the ridge line up in here. With the zone change, you're basically looking at this area minus this square. That square is already annexed and it is already zoned business park. That was done. Annexation, I want to say, was a couple years ago, and then zone change was maybe last year. So then that leaves the rest of the area for the zone change to BP. But the reason that square is included in the future land use map is we didn't actually do a future land use map back when it originally came before you for the initial zone change, and the applicant would like to clean that up with this, as they're already kind of doing that for the entire area to mixed use employment. So most of the area is outside the urban service boundary on the future land use map and is designated as agricultural rural. The agricultural rural designation was pretty much given to most land that was outside the urban service boundary. It wasn't something that back in 2014 was really looked at as being areas that would develop with residential, commercial, industrial, or anything of that nature at that time. However, as you can see with an application before you, the market and property owners noted that this is a prime location to basically expand and allow for development. The development of this area would warrant the extension of the urban service boundary, and I'm sure BOPU can kind of comment on serviceability, but should services be able to be brought into this area, it should be within the urban service boundary because it is now a serviceable area. So that does require also with the future land use map amendment, the expansion of the urban service boundary as well. With expanding the urban service boundary, it does allow for further development of the South Cheyenne area. And that does in Plan Cheyenne further several economic development goals contained within Plan Cheyenne. I should note that a portion of the urban residential future land use designation is part of this future land use map amendment. That portion is up here in the corner, which if you notice, that is part of the Sweetgrass subdivision. In the Sweetgrass PUD, that area was never proposed for any residential development. It's on the other side of the ridge line. Basically, they were just, it's part of the PUD, but it was basically labeled as not having development. So it does make sense that with this, if they are going to use that property, it should be rezoned and also have the future land use designation changed from urban residential to mixed use employment. The subject property is located in an area that's largely undeveloped. There is the industrial that is to the west. There is a single kind of smaller residential subdivision to the southeast-ish. And then you do have the Sweetgrass subdivision that's further to the north, northwest, that hasn't fully expanded throughout the entire Sweetgrass PUD area. On the future land use map, there is industrial to the west, agricultural rural to the south and east, and then urban residential to the north. The agricultural rural would not allow for commercial and industrial type uses. Due to its isolated nature, the subject property is suitable for industrial development, noting the impacts of the industrial development will be minimal on the large vacant surrounding properties, and the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals and policies within Plan Cheyenne. With the transportation network, again, because this wasn't part of the urban service boundary, there isn't really a transportation network for this area that would be developed over time as the property develops. It would connect into Bison Business Park, and then there could be the potential of future connections further to the northwest. As the property develops, it would have subsequent applications that would most likely come before this body in the forms of platting actions for dedications of rights of way or platting of lots. The kind of closest water that we'd be looking at is going to be over in Bison Business Park. That would have to be extended. Same thing with sewer. That is where your utilities are. They would be need to be extended out to this area. Again, a majority of this land is proposed to be annexed. And then moving on from the future land use map amendment, with the zoning map amendment, as I stated, it does not cover the entire area being annexed. It's just a portion of the land that is proposed for the development. Again, this area consists of roughly 3,034 acres for the proposed zoning map amendment. The zoning map amendment is to the Business Park Zone District. The business park zone district does exist to the west in Bison Business Park. The PUD to the north is for the most part, residential PUD. It does have commercial aspects. Does have kind of some workforce housing provisions and things of that nature within it. So for the most part, that is a residential PUD. And then a lot of the other areas outside city limits is LU in the county. There are oil fields that are out in this area. I believe further to the east is a proposed solar array or some sort of solar kind of construction going out that direction more towards the east in the county. But for the most part, this area doesn't have, it's mostly vacant with kind of little uses here and there. Oh, there is also a rock quarry that's just to the northwest along its border. The BP zone, one thing it does look at is being kind of on the outskirts of city limits. So it does look at being on that edge. Same thing with industrial development. It looks at having kind of those uses pushed towards the edge of the community. With the future land use designation to mixed use employment, it would support the rezoning to business park. The other thing with the mixed use employment zone, I should go back to the future land use map quickly, is that that zone district also looks at being towards the kind of peripheral of city limits and on the edge. With the BP zone, you need the 320 acres to be allowed to even be incorporated into the BP zone. Being this is adjacent to BP zoning and obviously the size of the area, it would qualify for that zone district. The BP zone does allow for a mix of various uses. I do understand that it's proposed to be data centers, but looking at BP zone itself, it does allow for more than just data centers and more of the various uses. So should Planning Commission approve or recommend approval of the future land use designation, then staff would recommend approval of the business park zone district. Same thing as our earlier item. Should the future land use map amendment not have a recommendation or recommendation of denial, then staff would recommend denial of the zoning map amendment. With that, I am available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff from the commission?
I think
Commissioner Connor.
we're all trying to digest what we heard. I guess when I look at how you reviewed this, and I'm looking at number one, beneficial to the community or addresses issues not foreseen during the planning process. But I don't understand the approximate acreage of Cheyenne is about 20,700. This is about 18% of the current city size, nearly 1/5. How in the world can you even begin to understand the impact it's going to have on such a small area when you have something, we can't even fathom the size of this compared to the city. It overtakes the city. So I don't know how, I don't even know how you foresee issues with that, because that in itself is an issue. Because when we're talking business park, 320 acres, something almost 11 times the size of that. Wow. I can't even imagine. So I just want to know how we came to the conclusion here, the city staff, that you didn't foresee issues and that it was beneficial to the community, because I'm really failing to understand that.
So back when the future land use map, or basically Plan Cheyenne, was adopted in 2014, again, they didn't know what areas would develop and what areas wouldn't. This was a similar review criteria when Bison Business Park was proposed, which is along South Greeley Highway. Same
Can you remind
thing.
us the size of Bison Business Park?
Bison Business Park, that area is roughly 892 acres.
Do you have any further questions, Commissioner Connor? I think you've got the floor.
Yeah, I do. So when we look at the size of some of these campuses, they're not even online yet. So we don't know what that looks like in the environment, in the community, the sounds that it makes. I saw the power lines over my grandma's house and I was like, well, I'm not living in your house ever. So those hum when they're on, they're not on yet. How do we know long-term impacts if we don't even have one going? How can you even determine that something 1/5 the size of the current city is going to be an appropriate fit in our community?
Mr. Chair,
Director Bloom.
Mr. Chair, through you to the commission and Commissioner Connor. We're responding to an applicant's request for an industrial zone or a business park zone district at this location. Any details on their proposed development would need to be answered directly by them. I do understand this is large. They have a lot of land, that they're working with there. So maybe they could shed some light on some information as to why they're choosing that larger land area. But from the long range planning standpoint, we do have a variety of land uses that are shown as mixed use employment and light industrial in the community. A majority of the area that is shown as this industrial category is occupied by our Union Pacific and Burlington Northern rail lines. So it may seem artificially inflated because those lands are under railroad control. And then there really are only small pieces that are available, excluding a couple of existing industrial parks. Like Swan Ranch, there are several pieces of land there owned by one person. We have some in the Cheyenne Business Parkway Industrial Park as well. So this is again, I'm looking to add to what is perceived as a need at this time for this type of development style. But anything really regarding the questions regarding how or why they're looking at this large area and what their intent would be, I would just defer that to the applicant.
I have another question for you, Director Bloom, related to the planning of this and the long-term management of things like this. These data centers are everywhere. If one of them's polluting the aquifer, polluting the air, making sound noise, how do you even begin to determine which one it is to even properly try to address any of those issues?
Director Bloom.
Mr. Chair, through you to Commissioner Connor. That's a great question. One of the safeguards here is that this would be a development that would be located within the city limits. So it would be required to connect to city water and sewer. There are other data centers that could be constructed in any other part of the country that are in the unincorporated county or in other communities where they don't mandate those connections to utilities, which could increase the risk of discharge. I'm not saying that the discharge is necessarily hazardous or known to be hazardous, but in our case, and Board of Public Utilities is here, I believe Frank is, yeah, he is still here. So he'll correct me if I'm wrong, but any thing that is introduced into our system is monitored and it has to go through a check with them to make sure it's capable. But the idea that these would be having a direct impact to our aquifer, like for injections or those type of things, that is that would be unexpected.
I think Sharon Noble thought the same thing. My next question is, we talk about water usage, we can monitor that. They're using water in these systems, obviously, but power requires an incredible amount of water to generate. And so these places are consuming power. And so the water we're using to generate that power, that's not in this equation. It's been left out. And I've lived here my whole life. It's always drought. That's what we hear. We see fires in the summers. I don't know where the water is coming from. It's never been here, so I don't know where that is.
Director Bloom, and I think we're going to want to have BOPU come here pretty soon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think Bopu could do a really good job discussing that and discussing the water needs for different types of power sources and how those are navigating, you know, our community and how they are being introduced into this type of data center environment.
Mr. Connor, would you like BOPU to address some of the water questions?
Yeah.
Please come forward.
Through you, Mr. Chair. When you talk about the data center water usage itself, it's very low now that they've gone to closed loop. Sorry if I'm not close enough. As for power generation, that is a big unknown right now. There are newer technologies that use less water. Some are building fuel cells or other alternative power sources, so to speak, behind the meter to meet their power needs. But we currently don't have any knowledge on what the next big power supply is and where the water is going to come from, unfortunately.
Commissioner Connor, do you have more questions?
Well, yeah, and this might direct it at Microsoft, but when we're looking at something this size, how can we even fathom their energy needs? To even tie it back to water, to even tie it back what's here in our resources. I'm at a loss.
Okay, we'll hold off before calling Microsoft. While we've got BOPU here, may I? I alluded earlier to tying into water and sewer and whether or not this could be served by the existing water treatment plant. Where I'm heading with that is we're talking about, first of all, do I correctly understand that this area can be served by the water treatment plant with the installation of a lift?
Mr. Chair, let's talk about the two aspects. On the water side, it can be served. It actually has to be served by 3 different pressure zones. So we're not quite sure how that's all going to work yet, but we've met with Microsoft and their engineer and have made them aware of that and are working towards a solution on that. So with the water treatment plant, we do have capacity if they stay as closed loop. You know, right now we're looking at each of the big buildings is probably going to use the same about as 5 homes. So it's not a huge jump up in our water usage. On the sewer side, yes, our wastewater treatment plants have capacity to handle it because it's just domestic wastewater at this point. We're also putting in safeguards to protect that facility. So one example is if they're using glycol, they actually have to build a different collection system that goes to a storage tank as opposed to being directly connected to the sanitary sewer system. So if there is a leak of glycol or whatever whatever additives they have in these closed loop, it just doesn't hit our wastewater treatment plant and cause issues. And yes, potentially there's need for a lift station to service this area. We just haven't figured it all out. Depends on what kind of grading they do. In case you haven't noticed, most of these data centers do a lot of grading that change the terrain dramatically. So we really need a plan for whatever they're going to build before I can tell you for sure if they're going to need a lift station.
Okay, well, I'll tell you where I'm headed with this. I've never been completely happy or comfortable or satisfied with the removal of so much of the sewerable area for our existing facilities. When we went through this future land use amendment process, converting residential to a data center for Project Cosmo. I know this area was not projected for future housing. I remember the 2014 plan adoption process, and this was unforeseen because nobody was talking about developing on the other side of this ridge line. But as we suffer a desperate need for more housing in the community and trying to figure out where is it going to go, is it fair to say that this with lift station or whatever could be served with our existing facilities? And is that still the desire of BOPU to have our future urban level housing or our future housing be within the area serviceable by the existing water treatment plant or wastewater treatment plant?
Mr. Chair, yes, we want to be able to service residential area, but as you said, this was never on our radar. This was outside of our master plan, out of all the master planning documents. No one expected to go up on the other side of the ridge. To say this was, earmarked for residential in the future is probably not a fair statement. Could it become residential? Yes, but keep in mind that there's going to be significant infrastructure needed to get to this location that I don't know if residential development could support.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
A little bit. Where's the water going to come from for this? You said, each building's the equivalent of 5 houses. Okay, how many to translate, we're talking acres. I'm an old farm boy. When I hear 3,200 acres, I'm thinking 5 square miles. I'm thinking 5 sections. How many buildings are going to go in these 5 sections? And how much water does that translate to in arid Cheyenne?
They can't give me a rough number. Let's just say there's 40 buildings, shall we? Because that gives me an easy number to calculate. If I can get my calculator, what's that? Yeah. So that's 200. That's 50 acre feet of water. To give you a frame of reference right now, the BOPU has a firm yield. Let's put Colorado curtailment to the side right now of 22,000 acre feet. In the past couple of years, we sold anywhere from 11,000 to 14,000 acre feet. So that says we have 8,000 acre feet available to us to sell to customers. So yes, the water would come from our existing resources from the Colorado River, our Rob Roy Reservoir.
Glad you mentioned Colorado River curtailment. How can we set that aside as we're thinking about water use in Cheyenne?
Mr. Chair, through you, I have a question.
Hold on. I asked a mean question, and then I'll let
I'm
you.
I'm kind of on the same wavelength with you. I was thinking the same question. I just want to know gallons. You're giving me acreage, but I want to understand what the gallons we're using a day from the data center. I mean, he compared it to 5 homes. How much? I mean, 5. That's. I mean, how many in a household? What is that? How many gallons is a household? 10,000?
Do you want me to answer your question first, sir, or do you want me to answer her?
Please.
Mr. Chair, I do want to note that Betsy Hale, the CEO of Leeds, has also noted that she can provide some input if called upon regarding water usage.
Okay, we would like that, but I think let's start with my question, then we'll move to Commissioner Hernandez's.
Okay. Colorado curtailment. Yes, there's a possibility that the city of Cheyenne can lose some of its water rights to a Colorado curtailment. It's not a permanent water loss, but it could be for a year or two, depending on what happens in the Colorado River. Currently, with our reservoirs we have and our demand, we have about 4 years worth of storage that we could survive on during a Colorado curtailment. Additionally, we have possibility to secure alternative water rights. Those would be water rights either in the Colorado River or potentially in the North Platte River that will allow us to continue to collect water at Rob Roy and continue to meet the demand of the city. So Mr. Brooks, our director, and myself have been working diligently on alternative water rights. But adding another 50 acre feet would not change the numbers between 4 years and 3.99 if I had to do the calculations. It's a very incremental increase in demand. So we can facilitate growth at this time. We have adequate storage for a multi-year curtailment, and that's why I kind of put it to the side. That is a problem that is out there, and it really is dependent on Mother Nature, but we don't run out of water in 1 year.
Okay, thank you. And
Mr.
then
Chair.
can you address Commissioner Hernandez's question?
Yes,
Please.
I believe the question was through you, sir, the average household usage is, somewhere around 80,000 gallons a year, where, I gotta redo the math there. Don't you love it when technology just fails you? What did I say? Oops. What's that? Yeah, that's an irrigation number, yes. Sorry, my calculator did not cooperate. So those 40 data centers I was talking about, the 50 acre foot, that's about, oh geez, 16 million gallons. Where we're right now, we have so to speak, a surplus, I think is the number of 27 trillion or 2.7 trillion gallons. So it's a very small drop in the bucket of what we have.
Follow-up question. With this volume of water use, will we be approaching the water use levels that we were at when Holly Frontier was still refining petroleum?
Through you, sir, no. Holly Frontier was using around 2 million gallons of water a day. Now they're around 300,000 to 400,000. So that is still we're still at a net loss when Holly Frontier, even with all the data centers we have. The data centers aren't consuming that much water. They have to cool 30 or 40 days a year. So they, when they were the evaporative cooling, they would hit us hard in the summer and then they wouldn't have to do anything. So we are still, as at an entity, still at a net loss from the loss of Holly Frontier in 2020.
Okay.
Mr.
Any
Chair,
other?
can I continue that topic?
Yes, Commissioner Connor.
When was your 4-year storage last updated? When were those numbers run?
We just ran it this year at our water summit. We had a whole presentation on it.
Okay. And did you include in any estimates the really big data centers that aren't online yet? Because they haven't started drawing massive amounts of power yet for the computing that they have. And so I'm wondering if that type of water is factored into your projections.
So tidbit of information, we've been digging into this. All the data centers we have that are online right now used about 93 million gallons last year, which is around a little over 2% of our water sales. So we did do some calculations on the possibility of a big customer coming in, and we lost half a year that we went from 4 to like 3.5 years, but we did not do an analysis of the remaining data centers because they're actually a very small percentage of our water usage.
No, I understand the data centers themselves, but they use power. To generate power, we use water. And so I think there's a missed variable down the line, whether it's in Cheyenne, and it may not be Bopu specifically. I understand that. But we're all interconnected in Wyoming, all the waterways are. And so it's on the road somewhere.
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, there is going to be more power generation, whether it's nuclear, gas turbines, whatever the case may be. I can't speculate on the water usage, and currently no one is trying to develop a power plant has moved forward on the power plant development here in the city of Cheyenne that will be purchasing water from the BOPU.
May I ask a question? Follow up with the Black Hills Energy power plant that's gas fed that was built here recently. Yeah. Do I?
Yeah. It's been a few years.
What kind of water usage does it generate, and what kind of power does it? Do we know if that can be scaled to what we're talking about here? Is it a good place to start calculating?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. I could get those for you. They're just not on our top 10 of large customers, so we don't monitor them heavily.
Okay, that's helpful. Any other questions of BOPU from the commission at this point? Any other questions of other city staff? Because I think we're still on staff presentation. Commissioner
Mr.
Laird?
Chair, I wanted to get a little more explanation, pursue this part of the land use plan having to do with this natural and cultural resources area that's along that ridge. And in the report, the staff report says that the development at this location warrants an extension of the urban services boundary and an amendment to the natural and cultural resources area contained in the plan. However, when I look at well, it's not the exhibit you have on your sheet, but the AVI exhibit, there at the end of the report, it doesn't show any difference in that crosshatch area that is that resource area that's along those bluffs. So I guess I'm wondering, is it going to be impacted or is it going to be preserved as this development occurs?
Mr. Chair, through you. So basically the ridge line that is there will still be protected with this development even. That's why, as was noted by the applicant and as I noted, the current landowners are annexing a lot of the ridge line, but they're not selling it. They are keeping the ridge line because they are keeping that as a natural cultural resource area and not developing right up onto the ridge line. So they're keeping that, and that is still protected with even this amendment.
Mr. Chair, through you, do you know specifically what's the, I guess, natural and cultural resources? I'm not quite sure what that all means. The cultural, is there some kind of Native American cultural sites? Is that what we're talking about or what?
Mr. Chair, through you, that is words that they used in Plan Cheyenne when they designate any area that they felt was a cultural natural resource area, just any kind of mixed it all in as one. So anytime we do the future land use map amendment, and if we have to extend the urban service boundary, we also kind of extend that with it to the area. I think even with the current kind of natural resource area and the way that the ridgeline is, this extension actually, I think, provides more to it because when they drew the line, they just kind of drew it across the ridgeline. Now this would be extending it further, adding more of that ridgeline into it. I don't know of any kind of cultural resources out there. Again, it just goes back to how the UDC defines that portion of Plan Cheyenne. It calls it a cultural resource or natural cultural resource area in Plan Cheyenne. So that's what we kind of define it as or call it throughout the staff report and when we do these amendments.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to add that in the Director Charles Bloom, Planning Development Director, I'd like to add that in Plan Cheyenne, this just identifies, and this is in policy 5.3.c of Plan Cheyenne, it identifies that these are natural areas that could warrant additional mechanisms for preservation. Those can be things that can be developed in our Unified Development Code, such as slope development regulations, required open space dedications, those type of items. In the Sweetgrass PUD, which is adjacent to it, it identified this as a natural and open and cultural area and had proposed that this be a portion of open space. So as they would move forward with development, we would look to provide some elements of preservation for the slope. And that is what I imagine is what was envisioned as the area needing protection as this area develops.
Follow up, and this is maybe based on my foggy recollection, but I seem to remember the discussion of view shed of that ridge line and kind of what that would look like, at least from the city, as being a part of that discussion of preserving that. And I guess this is maybe talking about the zoning, what is getting sold in the zoning, maybe more than the zoning map amendment or future land use map amendment. do we have any concept of whether any kind of construction would need to be set far enough back from that ridge line with the zoning we're talking about so that we wouldn't have a bunch of roof lines up above the ridge from the bulk of the viewable from the bulk of the city, or do we have any idea what kind of distance between the ridge and the edge of what would be our business park zone area that would facilitate development?
Mr. Chair, through you to the commission, no, we don't have any regulations that mandate setbacks. As part of a development, in a subdivision, there would be a requirement for open space, and we would work with the applicant to identify open space lands or open space contributions. And I'm sure this would be part of the conversation. But again, with the comprehensive plan, it was a policy statement to guide the regulatory framework to start to make protections of that. Page 108 of the Build Cheyenne, the community character chapter, that one actually talks a little bit more directly about the natural and cultural resource conservation overlay, which is an idea that was never rolled in or incorporated into the Unified Development Code. So it basically is one that would, provide for transfer of development rights from one area of the community to another area of the community.
Further questions of staff from the commission before we get to public comment? And I would anticipate maybe by that point, leads may want to comment during the public time, since I don't believe leads is staff. Any questions from Zoom? Okay, with that, I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anybody here from the public that wants to speak to this?
Heather Madrid, Harmony Meadows. There's a lot to cover in 3 minutes. I just want to first point out the hypocrisy of scoffing at the suggestion that this would be zoned as anything other than agricultural, because that's how it's always been done, apparently. And then less than 1 minute later, we're discussing the true intent of this land, which is entirely opposite of agricultural. The 2014 map continues to be referenced as something worth relying on, but then simultaneously acknowledging that there's no way the 2014 map accounted for this type of development that we are currently seeing. Either the map is outdated or it is reliable. It can't be both. Which is it? And with the mention of the UDC, this land use annexation gymnastics that's happening, the developer has actually failed to meet the mandatory review criteria. It violates section 2.2.1 D1, which is comprehensive plan alignment, by using a temporary AG label to slip a multi-billion-dollar industrial complex into the city limits. This completely disregards the intent for this land as it is outlined in the future land use map. It also violates section 2.2.1 D2 and D4, which is sound planning and neighborhood compatibility. Sound planning dictates transparency. Masking a massive data center campus as agricultural land prevents a true, honest evaluation of how a 3,200 plus acre industrial project will impact the local resources, noise levels, traffic, quality of life for the neighboring homes, because yes, there are people who live in that area. It violates the fundamental burden of proof. Section 2.2.1 requires the applicant to prove public need and neighborhood compatibility before maps are redrawn. The public does not need another data center, and a 200-acre overlap with the business park is a terrible excuse to annex over 3,000 additional acres that are not intended for industrial purposes, according to the land use map. This whole process is a procedural loophole rather than meeting the legal burden. Instead, you are asking the citizens who live here to prove harm before it has happened, which is impossible. Thank you. That's also not how the law was intended or written.
Are there any other members of the public here? Okay, sir, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jim Malcolm. I live about 6 miles north from this data center, Sun Valley. And I don't know a whole lot about this specific data center, but I've been studying data centers for about the last 2 months as I started to learn about them in Cheyenne. My concerns are that research on data centers shows that it raises the ambient temperature up to 6 miles away by an average of 3 degrees, sometimes much more than that. Another concern is the infrasound that's been brought up previously that has not been studied. And then I would like you to also consider the fact that there are 70 data centers, and if you approve them in piecemeal instead of considering them as a group, you will not understand the full impact of the data centers on the Cheyenne area. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pam?
One of the things that, my name is Janet Tolman and I live in Indian Hills. One of the things that has been brought forth in regard to data centers is how much, how many jobs are, going to be brought into this community. Well, I haven't heard how many jobs were brought in when the first phase of Microsoft was brought in. Frankly, I don't know of anybody who works for Microsoft. But that's a concern because then we will need even more housing, which would mean we need more electricity and we need more water. And, right now we're going through a serious drought. And yes, we do have a supply of water, but we don't know what next year is going to bring. Every year we just expect snow and we expect water. And what if that doesn't happen? This is just a real big concern that, like she said, 1/5 of Cheyenne is going to be incorporated. And I'm just assuming that prices of water will go up and prices of electricity will automatically go up too. And so that's one of the concerns that a lot of people aren't looking at either is, and then once again, in my area, I don't know, it's probably been 15 years since our residential area had road work done other than this little slips of tar that keep coming off on our tires. And I'm just wondering how this is going to impact even more the infrastructure that we're lacking the ability to keep up with.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public here to speak? I'm guessing not looking at the councilman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you. My name is Larry Wolf. I'm sit on the city council representing Ward 1. I've sat through so many data center meetings in the last couple months that I could probably answer almost all of the questions that you might have about them. And your questions are absolutely right on target and incredibly pertinent. But I think as you all think about it, and I'm not trying to influence your vote one way or the other on this, because you and we are trapped in this bizarre almost set of processes which aren't of the planning department's creation, in which we haven't even started talking about the annexation yet. That has not yet appeared on the council agenda, but it will very soon. And yet you're talking about the zoning of this process, and you have these very legitimate questions about what's going to be there and what's it going to look like, and all of the questions that we've been facing on data centers. And I got home at 1 o'clock last Tuesday after listening to more than 67 witnesses all with the same kinds of questions that you had. Mr. Laird was there, I believe. So I don't know how you make sense of this to do your job. The questions that we're going to have, Councilman Laybourne and I, and the rest of the council and the mayor, are going to be addressed to, why does Microsoft need to annex 3,500 acres of land that they may not use for 10, 15 years? So that really the question that you asked, Commissioner Connor, is how can you even say that what this is going to be like and what the impacts are, because it's so far away. So Microsoft's going to have to answer that question for the city council. There are other all related questions, the annexation agreement that should be considered. So, you're into hour 4 already of this. You could spend easily another 4 hours on it. There's going to be a community meeting on Saturday for several hours to talk just about the same questions that you have. And so all that is just to say, you probably ought to draw a box around kind of the things that you want to do, and then take these issues up. And because, you've got the Reed property right next to consider, and that has actually some of its own.
Mr. Chairman, are we allowing public comment over 3 minutes? Everyone else was cut
Oh,
off.
I'm sorry. I lost track of the time.
Fine, that's fine.
You've run out of
I'll-
time, sir.
I'll sit
I'm
down,
sorry.
but
And
thank you very
for
much.
catching
And
that.
also thank you for all the work that you guys do, and thanks for the staff for all of this. These are incredibly complicated issues. And you have a part of
Thank
them.
you. Okay. Any other public comment from online? I believe you indicated that Leeds was here. And I apologize for indulging the councilman.
Give me 1 second. Charles Miller, you can go first.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Commissioners, for the record, Charles Miller. Let's see here. I have quite a bit of material, as Councilman Wolf was also saying, because I've been involved in gathering material for this for a while. So, but I suppose this is going to be my culmination for this one. I'm entering the record to perform a final audit on items, is it correct, I and J? Or is that correct? I and J?
That is correct.
The Highlands annexation and rezoning. First, the scale of deception. We are debating a 3,000 acre industrial expansion, approximately 18% of the current total size of the city of Cheyenne. Staff is attempting to characterize this as a minor incremental increase in utility demand. However, the Board of Public Utilities just admitted that this parcel was never on their master plan and requires significant new infrastructure, including a dedicated lift station to even function. You cannot reconcile the reality of a 3,000 acre industrial footprint with the claim that it will have a minimal impact on Cheyenne's utility or water future. Second, the Ghost Project review. The applicant has formally admitted on the record that they have not yet advanced detailed design for the campus. You are being asked to authorize a massive zoning change for a project that does not exist on paper. You have no site plan, no traffic mitigation, and no finalized utility plan. To recommend approval of a ghost project of this magnitude is a total abdication of this commission's fiduciary duty to Plan Cheyenne. Third, the regulatory bypass. It has been placed on the record that this business park zoning, BP zoning, is specifically sought to navigate around the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council ISC permitting process. This state level process is the only mechanism designed to force developers to fund and mitigate impacts on schools, housing, and roads. By rezoning to BP, you are knowingly creating the jurisdictional void that strips this community of its right to state mandated impact mitigation. Fourth, the infrasound liability. Director Bloom admitted on this record that the city currently lacks the forensic data to evaluate or regulate low frequency infrasound impacts from these facilities. You are being asked to recommend a massive industrial expansion for a project known to generate these impacts while the city openly admits it is still investigating the hazard. Fifth, cartographic inaccuracy. The applicant's agent admitted on the record that their boundary maps are not survey level and may incorrectly include protected ridgelines. You cannot base a 3,000-acre rezoning decision on inaccurate maps. The evidentiary burden has failed. The project is legally, infrastructure-wise, cartographically, and environmentally premature. I urge this commission to fulfill its statutory duty. Recommend denial of the future land use map amendment and the zoning change.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this? Anybody else online?
Oh, leads. Go ahead and you're able to unmute yourself.
Let's just hope I can.
You are. Yep,
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and planning commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to have everyone on either side of this opportunity to discuss this. I want to specifically address some of the concerns that have been expressed about transparency and land use and water and power. And what we need to begin to understand is you have a city council, you have planning commissioners that have been thoughtful about this for 14 years. That's why these projects are in business parks, because we have conditions, covenants, and restrictions. If we put them in business parks, they are on the Board of Public Utilities. Water and sewer are regulated and studied and followed. Land use regulations apply because we have conditions, covenants, and restrictions. So and we also have Black Hills Energy with a 3-year study of transmission and ability to provide power through their large load tariff. So while I would like to call out this 3,200 acres or any growth of any industrial use or light use manufacturing to be under a blanket of suspicion. I need to assure all of you that are listening that for 14 years, we have done everything we can to protect the citizens of Cheyenne, the residents of Cheyenne, the ratepayers of Cheyenne, the water resources, the sewer capabilities. And I think we should actually celebrate the fact that in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and Laramie County, we've kind of done it right. And I actually have appreciated the last several weeks of debate because from Ms. Madrid and Ms. McAdams, we have learned a lot about what communities want, our citizens need, whether it's Walterscheid or whether it's Highway 85. And so I look forward to further conversations, but I want to assure the planning commissioner, Mr. Chair, through you to Ms. Connor, that OPU and your planning department, your engineering department, they're listening and they're hearing, and your city council and your planning commission are as well. And Cheyenne leads as well. So we want to hear more. We want to ensure that what our community needs are being met.
Time. Or Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that from the public that wants to speak on this? Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, with that, public comment going once, going twice. Public comment is closed. And for members of the public or people that are wonder what's where we're at, and then we'll ask the applicant to speak and the city. Just as a reminder, the first question we have to ask is whether to actually amend the future land use map from agriculture to what mixed use employment, um, talking about the changes that would need to occur to the 2014 map in order to permit moving forward with a business park zoning for the proposed uses. So that is the question that is before us, is trying to wrestle with whether that change is appropriate. And then secondly, the question that we're discussing is whether to, if we approve that, would we then recommend a rezoning away from the default agricultural zoning that we discussed earlier to a business park zoning? With that, would the applicant please come forward and address some of the questions that have been raised during public comment?
Mr. Chair, through you, Brad Evans, AVI, do you have specific questions that you've got listed?
Not specific beyond I know we asked about footprint. I know we asked about water consumption, and that we asked about power demands, and we had some discussion about just sight lines and cultural issues in the area that your client is proposing to purchase and develop.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, the stuff that I can speak to, it was working with the current owner and their design of what they were willing to sell, and that was all based upon keeping the current ridge line and site views. Is why the shape of that boundary on the northwest side has the design that it does. For the questions on, I think Frank answered most of the questions on the water consumption. Again, when you're working in development, you have to go in steps, and the first step is to make sure that the land is zoned current for you to move forward. The developer, they have to spend I guess I don't even know how much money they spend, but they spend money for us to provide all the things for this process. And then once they have their zoning, they go through the site plan process. Through the site plan process, that's when they get with the Board of Public Utilities for the extensions of utilities, the extensions of road infrastructure, and all of those things. On the city side, they are required to submit an energy power plan to Black Hills that gets reviewed by Black Hills. Black Hills decides if they can serve the project, and then what improvements that are required to serve the project. Then the developer is required to build that infrastructure. I believe it was brought up by Cheyenne Leeds that there's a tariff system for power, and that these large users are in a different pool. This is the way I understand it. Again, I think I would prefer Black Hills to actually answer the question, but there's like a pool, the residential pools here, the large user pools here, and that these large data centers cannot make any effects onto the residential pool of electricity. So I think that's the ridge line and Frank's stuff on the water, and then what I know on the power side. But
And were there any other questions that commission had that came out of public comment or that need to bring up with the?
There was one that a public comment had. They did ask how many employees this area plan to. And I have another question after we answer that one.
Chairman, through you, I do not know the amount of employees that they have brought in, but I will see if any of the current people do.
And I think they were in reference to long-term employees, permanent jobs.
Correct, yeah.
And hold on before we get there. Did you have a question for Mr. Emmons? Oh, for Microsoft. Okay.
Mr. Chair, through you, for long-term employment, our data centers employ roughly 50 operational technicians per data center.
When you say per data center, is that per building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Commissioner Connor, you had a follow-up question as well?
My last question, I mean, that's really not that many employees when we look at it, especially for the size this is coming to when we don't know how many buildings are going to be there. What happens when this technology is obsolete?
I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that question.
I just think that's something we have to consider because that's not been something that's brought up long term. We're saying this is cutting edge. It's changing constantly. It's changing fast. And I see the day when this is very much obsolete technology because we're building quantum computers.
Ma'am, while you're here, a couple of the things that were alluded to during the discussion. One, we were throwing out the term 40 buildings. And is there any projection on actual projection, not just random numbers for calculation convenience that we're talking about in terms of projected footprint, projected buildings? And why 5 square miles?
Mr. Chair, through you. At this time, we don't have a specific number of buildings. We do not own the land yet. So the amount of due diligence that we've done is just to see if the land is developable. Once we acquire the land and we move into the next phase of our development, meaning detailed design, at that point, we would evaluate how many buildings are able to be developed on this land. As for your second question, why 5 square miles or why 3,000 acres? Our commitment to the community is long-term investment. And this is one way which we do so. All of these acres will not be developed at one time. This is something that's going to be over a long phase development and will continue over the course of 15, 20 plus years.
Okay, thank you. Can we even talk about rough ranges of buildings? Because I believe you mentioned 50 permanent jobs per building, data center building. Is 40 actually a pretty good number to think about? Is it, or are we talking about expansion that's less than that, more than that, within your ability to say, what are we actually planning for here as we're talking about amending our maps and thinking about the zoning and everything else that we have to think about community-wide long-term in response to, I like the term 16% growth, 16.5%, but that's my numbers.
Chair, through you, I don't have an exact number of buildings or an estimate at this time. That's outside of my area. I would have to rely on our engineering team for that.
Okay, I'm not asking for exact.
I don't have I don't have a number at this time.
Have
We're
you
not
built
that far.
a campus of this size anywhere that you could draw a parallel from?
We do not. At this time, we do not have a campus of this size to pull from.
Mr. Chair, we do have
Director.
Betsy Hale with Cheyenne Leads, who's been working with the applicant and the applicant's agent on this project, who has raised her hand.
I
believe
would
she
like
might
that information, please.
Give us price some information. So Betsy, we'll go
Yes.
ahead and unmute.
Commissioner Wiggum and planning commissioners, Cheyenne Leads has been doing economic development for 40 years. And for those of you that don't know, building that Magpul occupies was a Safeco building before it was a Magpul building. And so when we look at economic development, and I've been in this industry for 40 years, the best types of economic development are when you build buildings in your community. And when a business leaves your community and there's still a building, you have the opportunity to fill that building. And so while you consider the opportunity with one of the top 5 companies in the world, don't worry because boots on the ground, that building is in your community. And therefore, we have an opportunity to fill that building with the next opportunity. And that is exactly what we did when Safeco left that building and we filled it with Magpul. Just as we are doing with the Arundel building, now that Stag Arms has moved out and we have other companies moving in, just as we have done out in Swan Ranch. And so much of what we do in economic development, people don't see and we don't talk about because the best types of economic development are when you have land and buildings and they're in your community. And so I appreciate Commissioner Connor's question. And I hope someday that we get to have a very robust conversation around economic development because once they put a stake in the ground, that building is really ours. It's not the company that puts the building on the ground. It's our building because if they decide to leave, guess what? The building's still in our community. Then we have to fill it. We have to decide what we do. And so I appreciate the question. I appreciate the opportunity to answer it. And thank you so much for being 40, 50, 100-year forward thinking.
Thank you. Do we have Black Hills here? Because there's been lots of questions about power access, generation, cost, et cetera. Okay. Are there any other questions that we have of the applicants from the discussion from the commission? I think we're ready for a motion. And again, we're talking about a motion to amend the future land use plan from the agricultural that was designated in 2014 to something new. I'm looking for a motion to discuss, to vote on, one way or the other.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Laird.
I move to approve the resolution amending the future land use plan for roughly 3,238.8 acres of land east of South Greeley Highway and south of the Sweetgrass development as shown in the future land use map provided, adding land to the urban service boundary and changing the land from agricultural/rural and urban residential to mixed use employment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have a second so we can cast a vote?
I'll second it.
Thank you. I've got a second by Commissioner Mathia. Discussion by the commission. Commissioner Connor.
Just a comment. I've heard a lot of testimony tonight and through public comment and through people who want to see these things happen, want to see these changes. I don't think any of those people grew up here. This is my hometown. This isn't what I want to see happen to it. I know there's a lot of people that feel the same way. And I just hope that that's taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments, discussion, proposed amendments? Anything online? Hearing none. Well, staff, please call roll. And again, in order to advance a recommendation, we need For a vote, 4 affirmative votes. Okay.
Megan Connor,
No.
Bob Mathia,
Yes.
Amy Hernandez,
No.
Tony Laird,
Aye.
Boyd Wiggum.
Force a vote. Aye.
Mr. Chair, due to state statute, even with the 3-2 in favor of the motion, it is still going to be a recommendation of denial to City Council.
Okay, thank you. And now we need a motion on item J, which is the zoning map amendment.
And Mr. Chair, just real quick staff report. Because the
Please.
motion for the future land use map did fail, staff does then recommend that the planning commission recommend denial to the governing body.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion?
I move to recommend the governing body deny the rezoning of approximately 3,034.7 acres of land east of South Greeley Highway and south of the Sweetgrass development to BP Business Park as shown in the attached zone change map, noting that the project does not meet the review criteria for approval.
Okay, thank you. Do I
Second.
have a second? Oh, I seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. Staff, please call roll. Or I guess any discussion by the commission before I call for a vote? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
And again, this is a recommendation of denial, so please vote yes if you're in favor of the motion. Do not vote no. Bob Mathia,
No.
Tony Laird,
Aye.
Megan Connor,
Yes.
Amy Hernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. It's approaching 10:30. We've got one more item going. We've got one more item left. One more, I guess, a couplet. Again, I'd like to address items K and L together, or at least receive the reports. Will staff please read items K and L into the record?
Item K, PUDC-26-122, read future land use map amendment. Item L is PUDC-26-121, read zoning map amendment.
Okay, will the agent for the applicant please come forward and tell us what we've got?
Chairman, Planning Commission members, Brad Emmons, AVI agent for the owner, Reed Land Company LLC, and similar to the last one, the applicant is Microsoft. We have another little presentation, so I'll just turn it over to Rachel Irwin real quick to do that part, and then we can get back into a little bit of the information on this one.
Yeah.
Good evening again, Chair, members of the Planning Commission staff, and members of the public. My name is Rachel Irving, for the record, Land Development and Permitting Program Manager for Microsoft, located at 1 Microsoft Way, Redmond, Washington. I'll keep this item brief as the request for this Reed property is very similar to the Highlands property we just discussed. For Project Reed, we are requesting your recommendation to approve a rezoning to Business Park and a future land use amendment to support that designation. The Reed property is approximately a 385-acre parcel located off South College Drive. And like Highlands, it represents an early stage development opportunity to thoughtfully plan for a future data center development. These requests are intended to ensure alignment between zoning, future land use, and long-term infrastructure planning under city jurisdiction, consistent with the framework we just described. As with Highlands, this project is still in the early stages of acquisition and planning. Detailed design has not yet been developed, and there will be additional opportunities for public engagement as the review for this project advances. Microsoft's approach here remains the same: long-term partnership with the community, responsible infrastructure planning and investment, and ongoing engagement as more details are available. In closing, this request reflects another step in supporting coordinated growth that we believe aligns with the city's planning goals and economic development objectives. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Before I call for other commissioners, I would like to know where the housing is going to go if we displace our our future land use map plan for this to be housing. It's nearby housing. Where's the plan for the housing to go if we convert all of our future land use to business parks?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Brad Emmons, AVI.
Please.
To speak to specifically to that, I would say about 20 to 30% of this project is already mixed use employment or activity center locations. So it's really just an expansion of that. We have, this landowner has had this property under contract twice by residential developers. Both times those developers could not make it work. So whether it's in the land use amendment process to be residential or not, it's not been able to work its way through the process before. It's been under contract by a residential developer that we don't offer services to, or they didn't use our services on that one. And then we had an apartment complex developer that looked at the whole thing, and the site just would not work for their development. So I think there is two parts to it. I do believe we're going to have to find other residential areas. There's about, I want to say 1,000 acres of sweetgrass left that's undeveloped. They haven't done another subdivision in probably 3 years. There's land, Whitney Ranch, there's ranch at Saddle Ridge, there's land south of Meta that are all still being still saved for residential areas. So I do understand the concern as we move forward. There's definitely going to have to be lands found for residential, but I can say that this land has been looked at a couple times already for residential, and neither time has it moved forward. So.
Any other questions for the applicants from the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Laird. Let's go to Commissioner Mathia first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it'd be for Rachel. I didn't know her. I don't remember her last name. How critical is it to have the whole 32 or 3,000 acres to carry out the plans that you're currently developing? Is it some land banking that's going to occur to assure you're going to have enough land in the future to have a coordinated development over the whole area?
Chair, through you, I do want to make one distinction before I answer that question. The 385 acre reed parcel that we're discussing is not part of that 3,200 acres that we were discussing. That was the Highlands parcel. However, to answer your question, overall, yes, we do plan to land bank to have an opportunity for long-term development and an investment in the community.
Commissioner Mathia, any further questions?
You said that you had a plan of how many years for that?
Chair, through you, we're estimating right now that this is a 15, 20 plus year development plan if we include that 3,200 acres. This is not speaking specifically to the 385 acre reed parcel that we're discussing at the moment.
Okay.
Commissioner Laird, did you have a question?
I did. My question has to do with the projected roadways in this parcel from the future land use plan, and specifically Fox Farm. It extends a little to the east, and then south occurs to the south, and then Allison, which would extend due east, and then eventually connect up with an extension of College Drive. Do you expect that's still going to be compatible with the development you'll design on this parcel?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Commissioner Laird. So we have done modeling with the consultant for the city that is used in the MPO, and ran the numbers for Allison and Fox Farm. What's come out of now this is assuming that it's changed to BP and a data center. And in those situations that Allison Road would carry very little traffic because of the low amount of future long-term employees. And so we have not finalized Fox Farm, so we've left Fox Farm still on the map as it goes. Again, it's a placeholder in there. That's not exactly probably where it would end up going, but we didn't want to take it completely off the map because it hasn't been fully vetted or on whether that could be removed or not. But from the traffic modeling through the MPO office, Allison Road was able to be removed. If, again, we would not propose Allison Road to be removed if the future land use amendment and the zone change did not go through.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Any other further questions for the applicant from the commission? Will staff please present your report?
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Seth Wood with the City of Cheyenne Planning and Development Department. The proposal in front of you is two parts. One is a future land use map amendment of roughly 300 acres. As noted by the applicant, it's not for the entire acreage, as some of this acreage is already mixed use employment by the future land use plan. However, the resulting zone change would be for the entire acreage of about approximately 385 acres. Obviously, these two items are related, so I will discuss them together. I will start with a future land use map amendment. This future land use map amendment also includes a roads amendment for, I think it was Commissioner Laird that asked that question. So to start off with the roads, this is what the applicant has provided to us most recently. The map on the right shows the extension of Fox Farm without Allison Road, an Allison Road connection. Due to the vagaries of process, that road alignment may change over time. These master transportation map roadways are not meant to be the exact location of the roads. These are general locations. So depending on exactly how development occurs, we would expect Fox Farm to somehow connect from College to the extension of East-West College. I don't know if we have a name for that street yet, that would eventually connect further eastward. The original application from the applicant did not include either Fox Farm or Allison Road. And so in the staff report, we had the condition that they include at least Fox Farm Road. The applicants resubmitted to include Fox Farm Road, so staff will recommend without that condition. The future land use map for the area currently has a mix of mixed use employment, mixed use commercial, community business, mixed use residential, and urban residential. The future land use map gets a little prescriptive in this area, kind of guiding development along the extension of Allison Road, and then some mixed use commercial to the south. It seems unlikely that the property would develop exactly as shown, but perhaps a mix of residential and commercial and industrial uses would be appropriate. The question becomes, is it appropriate to have mixed use employment over the entirety of the parcel as opposed to over just a portion of the parcel? The northern area is kind of surrounded by mixed use employment on three sides. And obviously mixed use employment is meant to be developed along College Drive. Historically, that mixed use employment along College Drive is roughly 900 feet to 1,000 feet deep off of College Drive. Historically, most of our industrial parcels in the community are about that deep. We don't have really large parcels very frequently. However, with the new data center development program, a lot of these data center parcels are looking for much larger parcels. And so if we assumed every parcel along College were to be a data center parcel, extending the depth of this property would be a more appropriate option. So depending on if you want to look at this as trying to develop with the most modern mixed use employment demands that the city has, it would be appropriate to expand the mixed use employment to the entire property. If we're looking at retaining residential development in this area, then it wouldn't be as appropriate to extend a mixed use employment. The applicant only provided a request to amend the land use map within their boundaries. So I would note that this would retain urban residential to the east of this property. That would be another reason to push Fox Farm Road through, is if that area to the east of this property developed with urban residential development. On the balance, staff recommends approval of this future land use map amendment. And I'm available for any questions on that. But I will also speak to the zoning real fast so that we can cover both items. The zoning is once again dependent on the future land use map. Large acreages of mixed use employment is appropriate to zone BP business park. But the urban residential designation and the mixed use commercial designation are not as appropriate. Certainly the urban residential use future land use designation is not appropriate to be BP, and the mixed use commercial would allow more industrial than we would expect for a mixed use commercial area. So the BP zone would not be appropriate if the future land use map amendment is not approved. Should the future land use map amendment be approved, the large acreage is involved, and the future land use designation of mixed use employment would make BP appropriate. I'm available for any questions on either of these two items.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff from the commission? Commissioner
Mr.
Copper.
Chair, I do have a question for staff. Seth, can you remind us of the sound limits on the business parks?
Mr. Chair, through you, the sound limit that triggers a more intense zoning or conditional use approval is 50 decibels at the 55 decibels at night at the property line of a residential property. And then there are steps up depending on if it's an industrial use, industrial zone, or if it's daytime. So the minimum, the lowest maximum is 55 decibels at the property line.
And that's during the day?
That would be at night.
And what's during the day?
I think it's 65 at the property line during the day. 60 at a residential property during the day. Industrial properties have a higher limit.
So a question for you as we look at it. This borders an agricultural college that's full. Their pride and joy is a rodeo team. Animals are even more sensitive than humans. And so when we're talking about this kind of noise next to a community college that's the fabric of our community, I don't see how those two things are compatible.
Any other questions of staff from the commission? I have one. Did staff have more heartburn about amending this, amending the map in this case than in the last?
Mr. Chair, staff has definitely had discussions on these various proposals. So when it comes to a data center locating inside a business park, that previously established business park, staff has less heartburn over that. When it comes to agricultural rural areas that we did not anticipate to develop, that is not as much heartburn as a residential area. This property is a little bit more concerning because of the this one is more likely to have infrastructure available to be built than, say, the Southwest Drive one that we had earlier on the agenda. But on the other hand, this one also already has mixed use employment over parts of the parcel. So there is definitely conversations among staff on the applicability and appropriateness of these. I think it's pretty clear in the staff reports on both Southwest Drive and this item that there is reasons to both approve and deny these applications. They're not cut and dried. They're not as straightforward as some of the other applications we get might be.
Okay, and as a follow-up, is it fair to say that although the future land use map in this situation appears to be more prescriptive, is it fair to say that it's, at least my interpretation, it is more reflective of anticipating this being kind of a natural normal extension of the urban fabric with some sort of a mix of commercial and residential and maybe some job centers? But is that a fair way to describe what we're looking at, that we're looking at changing than the last couple?
Mr. Chair, this particular, the way the future land use map is arranged as it is presently does anticipate a more broad mix of uses, urban development, and even looking at it as a kind of fuzzy line map, as it were, we'd still expect to see houses, commercial development, industrial development, all on this parcel as a whole, under the current designation.
And I don't know if this is for staff or for uh, BOPU, but is it fair to say that this parcel is much more easily served, much more easily served with both water and sewer than with existing infrastructure than the other examples we've talked about tonight?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, the existing facilities are there and they're accessible. There's no major extensions needed.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff from the commission? I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anybody here from the public that wishes to speak on this item? Or on either of these items, either the future land use map amendment or the proposed zoning? Reasoning. Sir.
Jim Malcolm, Chairman. I'm not exactly sure how to refer to all of you. Thank you for listening to me today. I know it's late. My comments thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
it's late night, isn't it?
I'm sorry.
My comments on this one are similar to my comments on the last one, except this one is actually closer to where I live. It's just a couple miles from where I live. And my day job is in IT. I work with data centers. I am not against data centers, but the difference between the NCAR facility of 1.5 megawatts of energy versus the Microsoft data center across the street, which is like 100 times that, versus these data centers they're talking about. These newest data centers that have not been built or they're being considered being built are orders of magnitude larger than the data centers that we have been dealing with in the past. And to call them data centers is to think of them in the wrong way. That is to think of them as like these smaller data centers. I worked in a building with a data center. It was on the next floor above from where I was working in the Emerson building downtown. And there's a data center there. And across the street, you call the AT&T building a data center. These are small, these are inconsequential compared to what we're doing now. The amount of heat, basically we're putting space heaters in these areas. They do the computing stuff, but all the computing ends up generating heat in the local areas. The levels of impact on our environment and local areas needs to be understood before we make decisions on them. I ask that we postpone making decisions on these until we understand them better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who want to speak on the read items? Okay. Who have we got?
Charles Miller, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller. And I'd remind you, we're speaking specifically on the zoning map amendment the future land use map amendment for the Reed parcel, and then a proposed rezoning on the Reed parcel.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, for the record, Charles Miller, Laramie County. I appear tonight to perform a final forensic audit of the Reed land requests, items 121 and 122. Minutes ago, you exercised your statutory duty to deny a deeply flawed industrial expansion. Consistency in governance is not an option, it is a mandate. To grant this application would be an arbitrary and capricious departure from the findings you just established. I direct your attention to 4 fatal violations that demand a motion for denial. First, statutory abandonment of the general welfare. Your own staff report for item 121 makes a stunning legal admission on page 5. It states verbatim that sacrificing this land would adversely affect the general welfare of the community due to Cheyenne's documented housing crisis. Moments ago, the chair rightly asked where the displaced housing will go. You cannot legally reach a positive finding of fact for a zone change when your own planners have documented on the record that it actively harms the public welfare by eradicating nearly 400 acres of planned residential and mixed-use neighborhoods. Second, the land banking confession and street sabotage. The applicant just formally admitted on this record that they are land banking. We have empirical proof of what that means. In West Des Moines, Iowa, Microsoft purchased massive parcels, halted construction, and left the city with empty, non-productive land for a prolonged period. Yet today, they demand the immediate removal of 2 master-planned streets, the Allison Road and Fox Farm extensions. You're being asked to amputate the city's transportation network simply so a trillion-dollar corporation can hoard vacant land. Third, the anonymous governance trap. Cheyenne Leads previously suggested the public is protected by private CC&Rs. That is a dangerous legal fiction because FinCEN abolished beneficial ownership reporting under the Corporate Transparency Act in March 2025. The LLCs governing these business parks operate as fully anonymous shell companies. If you approve this BP zone, you are outsourcing municipal, environmental, and noise enforcement to anonymous entities that the city possesses zero statutory authority to regulate. Fourth, the standard of proof failure. This commission requires a finding of fact that the development is compatible with the surrounding area and that infrastructure is adequate. You have no campus plan. You have no utility master plan. The applicant explicitly admitted tonight that they do not have a campus of this size to pull from. There is zero evidence to support a positive finding of fact. If you approve this after denying Highlands, you are creating a record of inconsistent application of your own review criteria, the very definition of arbitrary and capricious decision making. I urge a motion to deny both the land use amendment and the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that wants to speak online? Who have we got?
Betsy, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the fact that Mr. Miller and several of your speakers before made the comments that they did. But I also want you to appreciate the fact that there are families who own this land in Wyoming that have been Wyomingites for generations, over 100 years. And they have an opportunity to sell their land to the people that they'd like to sell their land to. And those buyers have an opportunity and a right to develop that land as they see fit because they are in Wyoming. And I also appreciate the fact that those wonderful people that are online and in the room have concerns about the environment, they have concerns about water, they have concerns about power. But one of the things that they can count on is that in Wyoming, you as planning commissioners and our city council and our county commissioners will protect their rights, all rights. And so as I look at this decision on the Reed property, I would hope that you as commissioners will look at this as an opportunity for this family who's been in this land for over 100 years to do what they feel is best with their property and move forward. And so I appreciate your consideration and I appreciate your thoughtfulness and the fact that we have land use guidelines, a public utility. We have Black Hills. Everyone has thought about this. And so thank you very much. And it's late. I know we're all tired, but I think it's about time that we make decisions based on the rules and regulations and the laws that guide us. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else online? Okay, public comment going once, going twice. Anybody else? Public comment is closed. In keeping what we've done, will the applicant please come forward? I don't know that we've got any open questions unless there's one that slips my old tired mind.
Mr. Chair, through you, I didn't write down any that I thought were missed, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay. And any more open issues? You mentioned that this land has been under contract a couple of times for commercial, and it didn't work at the current price points and the current interest rates. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think Dan Reed is here, who is the current owner of the property. They've had it listed for many years. I do know that, like I said, a residential developer, they do a little bit of commercial, but primarily develop residential. They looked at it, had it under contract, did due diligence on it for 6 to 9 months and didn't move forward. And then our developer does apartments, and we're going to do apartments on the west side and residential on the east side. And the property did not work out for those uses for them either. So that would be the only.
Do we know if there was something topographic or environmental there, or is it just not enough demand for housing in Cheyenne to justify building houses?
Mr. Chair, through you, there are some things that make it's kind of the opposite of most parcels. It's a little like for residential, it's almost too flat, which always sounds funny, I think, because so many times we're working on trying to get rid of elevations, but it's a pretty flat parcel, which makes it hard for stormwater detention, getting pipes to those properties. So I wouldn't say there was anything crazy on the parcel, but yeah, again, there's other land in Cheyenne that it was better suited for residential at the time, and so those people moved to those properties. So, but I would let the owner speak. He would know more than I would.
Okay, and I've got a question that came up during the discussion. It's been a question that's come up several times, and I think this is for Microsoft. Several commenters have commented on heat generation and what it does to the surrounding area. Would you please address that for us before since this is right up next to the city and not up over a ridge?
Chair, through you, my expertise is not in heat or engineering. I would have to defer to my engineering team, so I'd be happy to get that offline and provide that to you. But I do not have any of that information at my disposal.
Okay, thank you. It'd probably be nice to have some of this close to town. And Mr. Reed, welcome. As we're talking about you, you're the one that has the most direct stake in this as the owner.
Well,
What's going on?
I'd like to think that the city of Cheyenne has a stake in it as well in terms of economic development, the growth of the city, the well-being of the city, and the tax bases. But let me say that we have had this property on the market for 30 years now in one form or another. We've listed it with real estate agents. We worked with AVI to work out a plan to sell it in plots, which one of which, as Brad said, didn't work out. The buyer went through due diligence, decided to back out, decided that because it's flat, because it's low lying, that groundwater was an issue for them. Another developer, a Cheyenne developer, exactly as Brad said, backed out of the project after doing his due diligence because the land was too flat. He didn't feel he could drain it. And, since then, the only inquiries we've had for the property have been industrial.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, I took umbrage at somebody referring to your cows as being vacant land. Whoever's cows are out there, but thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the commission? Hearing none, I'll accept a motion on the future land use plan amendment. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I'll read the motion.
I'm going to recognize Commissioner Mathey.
Okay. I move to approve the resolution amending the future land use plan for lots 1 and 2, block 1, Reed Land Addition located east of College Drive, south of I-80, as shown in Exhibit A, from urban residential, mixed use, commercial, and community business to mixed use employment. Also amending the major street plan to remove the extension of Allison Road and the extension of Fox Farm Road due to the request meeting the review criteria.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Laird. Any discussion, debate, amendments?
Mr. Chair.
I believe Commissioner Connor went up first.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to share that I don't think my concerns about the community college and the broader effect on the students and livestock there have fully been addressed. And I don't see this as beneficial for that community. And of course, our community college serves the broader community as a whole.
Thank you, Commissioner Laird.
Mr. Chair, I really had mixed feelings about this when I came in after preparing for the meeting. I think I was going to be against changing this land, but I think I've changed my mind and I'm going to support it largely because of the landowners' frustration or inability over the years to sell it. I would like to see it. I would like to see it developed like the master plan shows, like the land use plan, as particularly with the residential, because it seems like a prime lot to build residential, unlike, for example, the first or the stuff along Southwest Drive that we heard about did not sound like a very appropriate place for residential development, nor do I think is the 3,200 acres up on top of that bluff. But I think Cheyenne, I hate to see all the usable land in the city get gobbled up by commercial and industrial uses, and then there be a real shortage of residential housing areas after that. So I kind of wanted to preserve this one because it seemed like a fairly viable location, but I don't know. I mean, I tell myself maybe eventually, if the supply of residential areas becomes constrained enough, somebody will do what they have to do to develop it here. But I think for now, I'm going to vote in favor of this motion.
Any other comments from the discussion from the commission? And to address your concerns, Commissioner Laird, I came in with the same general attitude. My concern is that by the time things are constrained enough to make the engineering feasible, we'll be running out of options. And I don't know if I'm going to have a vote in this, but this, I agree, this is the hardest of the lot because it is more closely interwoven with the rest of the residential fabric of our city. And Commissioner Connor has valid concerns. And one of my concerns all along has been the lack of housing surrounding the community college. So with that, staff, please call roll, and for the public as a reminder, this requires an affirmative vote of at least 4 members of the commission in order to be recommended positively to the governing body.
Bob Mathia.
Aye.
Amy Hernandez.
No.
Tony Laird.
Aye.
Megan Connor.
No.
Wade Wiggum.
Again, no.
Mr. Chair, due to state statute and a lack of having 4 affirmative votes, the recommendation to the governing body will be for denial.
And we'll start, well, I'm looking for a motion on item L. I think staff's going to remind us that the future land use map was not amended.
I move to recommend the governing body deny the rezoning of lots 1 and 2, block 1, Reed Land Addition to BP Business Park as shown in the attached zone change map, noting that the project does not meet the review criteria 1, 2, 5, and 8, the BP zoning request being incompatible with the future land use designations of urban residential, mixed-use residential, and mixed-use commercial.
Okay, it's been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion by the commission?
I struggle with the BP here. I've heard all night that it's for the outskirts and outside of Cheyenne, and this, growing up on the south side, this is not outside of Cheyenne for me. This is close to home.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, will staff please call roll?
Megan Connor,
Yes.
Amy Hernandez,
Aye.
Tony Laird,
Aye.
Bob Mathia.
No.
Mr. Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Other business or announcements?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to confidently say we will not have a mid-month planning commission. And I should note, hopefully, as of right now, we will only have 2 items for July. So it will not be 12 items again. It'll just be 2.
Mr. Chair, if we're facing an agenda like tonight, is there any way we can try and break those up? It's 11 o'clock. I still have a baby I have to go home to who's not happy. So it's just a big block of time for me to give up late into the night. It's tough. And I know other families who want to come participate are experiencing that too.
So, Mr. Chair, unfortunately, when we have applications that are submitted by applicants, those are on specific timelines. We have to move those forward on their timelines. So it just happened to this case where we had this many submitted all at once, and they ended up on this timeline. Staff would not be able to break it up. It would have to follow the timelines that we've already put out there for the public when they look at their schedules and when to submit their applications.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I just want to note that as we move forward with one of our goals is to do amendments to the bylaws. We can explore a consent agenda option where items that are routine could be added to a consent agenda. But I just wanted to remind you all that this seems to be the story of our lives recently, as all of our council meetings have been lasting long, and there are still 2 daytime and 2 evening meetings, and another public hearing, anything with annexation that will continue over the next 6 weeks regarding this item. All these items. I did want to note one thing real quick regarding updates. We did have 8 qualified firms respond to our RFP for Plan Cheyenne. We are assembling a selection committee, which first phase would be reading up to 8 proposals that have 20 pages of technical wording in there at size 11 font, and that we'd ask for those to be read between whatever day a planning commissioner would volunteer to be on this committee and 10 a.m. on Monday of next week. So we can narrow it down to 4. And then 1 to 2 weeks after that, we would have an in-person interview and a selection committee. So if any of you all wish to read through these 8 qualified RFPs, these proposals that we've had, please reach out to Seth, Connor, or I, and we will be sure to put you on the list. And if we get multiple people that do volunteer for this once in a planner's opportunity, I would say, we will let you know if there's competing interests, and we will figure out the best way to Rochambeau to be the victor. So anyway, that's the only update I have. So please email one of the 3 of us if you would be interested in reviewing these.
Oh, are either of the two items on the July agenda current items data centers
Mr. Chair,
or BP zones?
that I'm aware of, they're not data centers. One is a BP zone. It's an assigned zoning because it is adjacent to North Range Business Park and is actually becoming part of Microsoft. Already has a county approved site plan for basically their parking and kind of lay down area for the construction of the data center, but they got a county approval for the site plan and they need water, so they're annexing it. And most likely staff will recommend the BP zone because it is adjacent to North Range. It is already industrial use. It isn't specifically being built with a data center. So otherwise, the other item, no, you're free. Otherwise, the other item that we currently have is for a plat. And the plat has nothing to do with the data center. I promise. It's in Sweetgrass, has to do with the park. So
Anything else? With that, we're adjourned.